for a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 try to get shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Okay. Anyone else close by just to let me know. 10-5. 33.
Supervisor knowledge that I have a case report.
Isn't that? I want to say thank you again, Anne, for hopping up with us this evening. Isn't that saxophone sound beautiful?
Yes, it does. Hello, hello.
I just love that saxophone. That's about the only part, though. The funky beat is cool. We're gonna have. Thank you again for hopping up. Thank you all for coming in this evening. Gonna have a bunch of stuff to get into tonight. And we're gonna go through some stuff with the 911 call again. If y'all were able to check that out, if you weren't in the show last night and you didn't see the short content video that was put up with the 911 call, I'm just curious if there's, I don't want to know if you've watched it, if there's anybody in chat that you haven't heard it, do me a favor and type 1. I'm just curious. Just curious. We're going to be going in. The family had an interview last night, of course. It dropped shortly after we stopped on our live. That's how it always works for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we're going to be going through that. We're going to be going through JP had another interview, just a short clip. We kind of basically read what it was last night on the show, just a small portion of it. Also, we're going to be showing you Allie's Dutton delivery. Shout out to her. We're going to be sharing that with you guys, and going to be going into more of the 911 call. Yes, I do know about the fence. I want to say thank you to the community. When I woke up this morning, I already had pictures and people letting me know about the fence. I had other things I needed to do. I had meetings and stuff that I had, so it was one of those things where it's like I don't need to post a picture. It's okay, but it is kind of funny, isn't it? They can legally put the trailer there. They've had the trailer there the last few weeks. But it's kind of interesting how they built that little fence. If you guys remember, before the trailer, before the fence that was only put up for less than a day, do you guys remember the protest that we were at way back, and they were using I don't know what they're called. They're like those foldable false walls that are meant for, like, I'm just gonna be honest. The only place that I've ever seen them before is when I went over to a lady's house, and she had like the false wall that was foldable, set up just for where she does her makeup.
Oh, room
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those things. They tried using a couple of those to block, to make a block, and it was funny because the breeze kept blowing them over. They were constantly having to pick them up, and then it got to a point where they had to just have somebody hold them the whole time. So it just kind of the little teeny walls that they had built today, just a little foot, the 7-8 foot sections maybe. I don't know. I just got a laugh out of it because when I woke up and I saw the pictures that I was sent to me, I just kind of giggled. It made me go back to the protests where they were just doing everything they could to keep them things up. It was hilarious. I did get some other news from the community, and I just want to say this is unfortunate. Apparently, there was okay. I don't know. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm just glad that I did the right thing. Okay. And I'm not going to say whose show it was on or anything like that, but the same person that came and handed me those papers that had the list of the financial amounts on them. And if you guys remember when I was showing you guys, basically just showed you the list of items, the item list, not necessarily the whole list of the numbers. Um, and there was a reason for that, because whether, and like I said that day, I don't know if they're real or not, but that's the thing. I don't know if they're real or not. And they definitely
Right.
could have been real, right? And when there's a financial investigation going on with the FBI, that's why I contacted the FBI first, and I gave the FBI the information. Now, I asked them, am I able, am I able to hand off this information to the family? Am I able to hand off this information? Like, what are my limits here? What do you want me to do with them? Do you want me to take the copy of it and bring it into the like a local office? What do you want me to do with it? I'm willing to do whatever you need me to do. And that's, I will give you a call back. We'll let you know, we'll take a look. We'll give you a call back. We'll let you know when we call you back. I said, ask all your questions when we call you back. I said, okay. Now, there was some, obviously there was some action going on down there, because of the fence. Somebody, the person that gave me the papers, I'll be transparent about this too. I reached out to that person. I said, thank you for your comfort. Thank you for reaching out to me. I want to let you know that I forwarded the information to the FBI. Just like I told him I would when I talked to him on the phone. I urge you to hand it in to the FBI. I can't make you. I can urge you. And, whether you want to or not, that's up to you. Had explained to me why they weren't comfortable. Whatever their choice is, that's fine. But I told him on the phone, I am handing it to the FBI. That's just how it is. There's a financial investigation. These are financial records, real or not. That's up to the FBI to decide. Right. I couldn't tell you one way or the other because I wasn't there. But the unfortunate thing is they showed up to all the activity at Solid Rock, and they began to mention all of the financial numbers. So, I did the right thing. What this person chose, I think they were, I apologize. I'm not going to mention or show a list of financial records.
Absolutely.
That could pertain to an investigation. That's not what I'm about. That's not who I am.
Right
And if that person decided to go ahead and announce the financial records and list of everything to the general public, that's up to them. So I just wanted to say, I'm just going to get ahead of it. I just want other people to know that if you didn't know, I already did the right thing. I already advised this person. I was responded late last night with a thumbs up, and that was it. And then next thing you know, this morning, there's financial amounts being shouted out to the general public. So whatever that is, I don't know. Could it have been a trap?
I think so.
It could have been a trap to see if I was going to suck into the bait.
Yeah.
It could have been somebody, and it could be this too. It could be somebody that totally was about what they were saying they were about, but maybe got frustrated because I did what I did. And it could easily be that situation too.
True. Yeah.
So I just want to let you all know, because I know there was still people this morning I had to respond to tell them I'm not sharing this information. I don't know who or what you think I am. I really don't, because as much as these people think that they're these amazing investigators and they, can pull wool over people, I'm sorry, people. I was playing the game before y'all even started a YouTube channel. So I'm not going to be some pincushion, and I'm not going to be some sucker that people think that I'm new to the game. Just because I have a new channel, just because I'm new to the YouTube community the last year, doesn't mean that I'm new to this game that gets played. And that's the beautiful thing about being in the position that I'm in, because I've done played this game plenty of times. So go ahead and think that you're that my awareness at this level, because when my awareness is up here, you don't know what the hell you're doing. And I know what you're doing before you know what you're doing. It's a beautiful thing to be the position that I'm in.
Right on.
But I just wanted to let people know it did not come from me. It wasn't, I didn't even know that this was taking place until after it already started taking place. So I want to say thank you to the community who reached out to me, not only for the fence stuff early this morning, but also for letting me know about that too. Because I really appreciate when the community does reach out to me like that, because it means that you care. It means that you want to protect me. And it means that you're doing what you can do to protect me. And so I appreciate it, because I wouldn't have seen this live stream because, like I said, I was busy with phone calls pretty much the whole day today. And there was no way I would have had time. I barely even made the live. You guys saw I was late hitting the start button.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to come across it. So when you guys are out there looking out for me like that, it really means the world to me, because I can't have, even though it's on a 360 swivel, I can't have my eyes everywhere.
Right.
So I really appreciate that. That's why I call it a power team. But I wanted to let everybody know I did the right thing, y'all. What other people chose to do with that information, that's on it.
No, I think you did the right
so
thing.
with that being said,
yeah,
I appreciate it. What a show last night, huh, Ann?
that was intense. That was intense.
If y'all missed the show last night, you'll seriously want to set aside 4 hours and 15 minutes of your day or evening and chill back and listen to it or watch it. You'll want to watch some parts too, because when you see some of the stuff, I'm just going to say what a night. And that's why the community, doing it as a community and having a big community in a community is a beautiful thing, because without the community, without you guys in chat sending information, without us on panel discussing things, I mean, everybody has their own special part, whether it's as minimal as just being here to bring awareness, typing things in chat, sending information, bringing up great points, just all these different things. Even everybody on panel, we couldn't do the things that we do without the community. And so that's why we should always shout out to community, because without the community, we wouldn't be as strong as we are. We wouldn't be as informed as we are, and we wouldn't be as aware as we are. And we need all those things to be successful. And so I just want to say thank you, and thank everybody else that was here last night, and thank all y'all just for being a part of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. CJ, they actually, some people had asked if you could replay that 911 call.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to it.
Okay, great.
Do you guys? I don't know. I feel like I just got this weird feeling like we're gonna really do some digging into the 911 stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. I set aside a half an hour of the time slots for tonight, but I really feel like it's going to be longer than that. I'll leave it up to you, man. And do you want to check out the News Nation interview with the Francis family, the JP interview, and some of the other things, or would you like to do the 911 call first? What do you want to do? You want to do 911 first, or save it for later? I'll let you decide.
Well, I don't know. What does everybody else want? Do they want to hear the 911 call right now? Because I think we were going to focus on the neighbor mentioning seeing JP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Saturday before, which ended up being the 27th.
Isn't that crazy? The Saturday before was the 27th, and the 27th was the day that he said they almost got hit.
Right, by JP in his blue truck. He says blue truck.
Yeah. So I know last night we just kind of let it play a couple times. Tonight, it's going to be one of those things where we're going to dissect it. We're going to be stopping it. We may be rewinding it, going through things a couple times. That's what I'm saying. We're going to kind of be like doing a little bit more with the 911 call tonight, just kind of breaking it all down. Let me see here. Let me share these first.
Okay.
Let me share these QR codes first. And then do me a favor, you guys. If you want to do the 911 call first, type 1. If you want to get into the interviews and all the other stuff that we're getting into tonight, type 2. And then I know kind of what the community's looking for. So while I'm going to share these QR codes with you, type 1 for 911 or 2 for the interviews. And all that. And please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the freeway. Also, if you're not subscribed to Ann, there's the link for her channel. Please go subscribe to her. She's putting out videos daily. And I really appreciate the way that you present it and your thought process through it all. It's very valuable to the true crime community, Ann, and I know we all appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, I'm seeing a lot of ones, but a little bit of twos. It was kind of sad because when I watched the interview on News Nation last night, and it had like a 25-minute video, right? And so I click on it, and then it was talking about a bunch of other stuff in the beginning, and I'm like, wait a minute. So I thought it was a half an hour, 25 minutes with the family. They only gave the family like what, 10? I mean, it didn't even seem like it was that long at all. And I'm just sitting there going, you gave JP an hour. What's up with that? Now, maybe it could have been the family just saying, look, we already like can basically respond to all of these things that they're made up.
Yeah, that's basically what they did. I mean, it doesn't take that long to go flying.
But I don't know. I don't know. I heard there's another part coming tonight. Is that true?
Oh, really?
Is there? Oh, I didn't know. Is there?
Yeah, because I was up till like 4 working, and I think it was like 2:30 in the morning or something. Somebody had reached out to me and said, hey, CJ, I think they're gonna have more tomorrow night, just as a heads up or something. And so I don't know if it's true. Part 2 is tonight. Okay.
Okay.
But wait, Friday. What is today? Tuesday. Right? It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not going to wait till Friday. She would reveal more tomorrow night. Oh, okay. Charlie says at the end of the segment that they'll reveal more tomorrow night. All right.
Is that the attorney is going to reveal more, or the sister?
Right. Are they going to show how? I mean, not that they have to, because we all know who's BS and who's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But does anybody know? Does anybody know what the part 2 is going to be about?
Ashley Banfield. Okay.
This was all in Illinois. Whoa, hold on a second. What?
Yeah, there's some
got
records.
The list of his charges. You may have to use your imagination on these names. Aggravated. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Kylie, for being. Because really, that does change the $20 commercial money down to $12. So thank you. Yeah, we don't make much on YouTube. Deadly boom, property damage. Really?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out if that is actually,
him or not.
Yeah.
The Geneva that keeps coming up.
Yeah. It doesn't show a birth date on the records that I was looking at, so And I think, if I'm not mistaken, isn't his birthday like May 20th or something?
Yeah, it's in the beginning of the year. Because he's like just a few months younger than me.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're like a couple months apart in age.
Wow. You'd never be able to tell. He's like a
Yeah,
12-year-old.
people, he would have been 20.
Oh, okay. This is years ago. Oh, all right. But didn't he go to college up there or something? Or wasn't there some kind of
Around
story?
2000. Oh, that's before he preached his first sermon at the library with one Bible verse.
No, brother.
You didn't hear about? Yeah, that's in his bio. He was hanging around rug dealers and also, just the bad crowd. He was hanging
Yeah.
around with the bad crowd, gave his life to Jesus in 2006.
Oh,
And some of his rug buddies went with him to the local library, and he recited one Bible verse for his first sermon.
wow.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
local library. Yeah, at the local library.
It's a powerful verse.
Isn't that weird though? Your daddy's a pastor, and you didn't even know one Bible verse until
Yeah.
at 2006 you only knew one Bible verse. I find that really hard to believe.
Wow.
Even if you're, in the streets.
Date 79. Okay, so 5/20/79. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, but those records, I mean, I don't know what Kylie saw. Did you see his date of birth on there? Because I was having a really hard time finding, if that was him.
Because of redactions?
It
Or
just
what?
wasn't, whatever I was looking at, it just didn't have it on there, which was weird. And there were redactions there, that is true. What? Someone said his steroid dealer got arrested? Was that a while back?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I do have to delete that just because of all the. But yeah, that was a.
Yeah, she said she.
Well, that's true too. His record, because he was able to get firearms. That was a weird. Gosh, because we played the audio of that. That it was a phone call. I can't even remember where I got that from. Because remember, you guys, we played the phone call where he talked to a judge. He was talking to a judge on the phone. And that's when he was saying, like, come on, I'm a pastor. It kind of looks bad.
Oh, is that the pardon? Is that the pardon thing?
Yeah, where he got, because he couldn't carry firearms. And then he was able to get, because he had a felony from running over that lady.
Yeah.
And the felony prevented him from getting a firearm. So that's when he reached out to the judge and was like, I'm a pastor. I got cops coming here and all this other stuff. I think I should. It's only right. I think I should be able to carry too. I mean, come on. I'm a pastor. You know how bad it looks for me.
He's so full of it. Gosh. Okay. So.
Let me see. Detective says has it downloaded. I have the report downloaded.
Oh, what of the Illinois?
Yeah, the pastor badge. Yeah, that's when he got the pastor badge. It's a police badge that says pastor on it. Seriously. And it helps him. Oh,
they're big badge people over there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see. Let me see here. Is it easy to download in the mod chat, Detective? Can you drop, or is it photos? You able to drop it in mod chat? We're still sharing some of these QR codes. So it's everything. Can you drop it, or can you email it?
Let me see if I put his date of birth in, if that'll help. What is it?
Let me try. It's PDF. Yeah, just email. Yeah, just email it to me, and then I can open up the PDF from the email, and then I'll just screen share it. It'd probably be easier, actually, if you. Oh, nice, Michelle. I know. I'm still trying to organize all my stuff. I get so much stuff, and I don't have time to organize it, so I just throw it all in. And...
I'm still just looking to see if I could find his record in Illinois. It is out there.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen it.
evilcj@gmail.com. I don't know, Scarlett. That's a good question. I don't know. We'll take a look at it. Detective's going to email it to me. And here's that QR code. So does anybody know when this part 2's coming out tonight? Is it going to be late again? I'll tell you what. If you guys see it drop on YouTube, let me know. And then we'll go to it wherever we're at in the show. 10 p.m. Okay.
Geneva, I think it was, right?
Yeah, Geneva, Illinois.
10 p.m.
This is crazy. I had it right in my face that time, and I was like, nah, that can't be him. Now it's like it's been wiped off the friggin' internet. I think it was John Paul Miller, charged in Geneva, Illinois. And it was an article from EWTN. I think it was like a Catholic article, and we're talking about him because he was a pastor. All I could find was news articles. I would love to see. Yeah, records everywhere.
Sorry, you cut out for a second there.
Oh, I'm sorry. If he had the pardon done in South Carolina, would that affect records or arrest records everywhere?
It would. Well, no, it would have to be a separate state because it's its own state's laws and.
Right.
So, here we go. Hold on. Let's see here. PDF open. Oh, hold on. I got a copy.
April 13, 2000.
Let's see.
You found it?
No, but it's an article.
I think that's what she just sent. Who's that from?
Okay, here's the PDF.
Here it is. Yeah, we found it.
Let's see.
It's just an article, though.
Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Can you guys see that?
I see it.
All right. Let me make this bigger here. All right, that's as big as I can make it.
Oh, pardon only applies to that specific felony? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
46 pages. Here, let me flip this around.
Dang.
Yeah, 46.
Very good.
There we go.
Oh, it said it was wiped out and expunged? Is that what you said? Let me see what she said. Wow. Expunged. He's pathetic.
All right, so this is John Paul Miller, Truth Finder.
Oh, Truth Finder, very good. Yeah, I like to use binverified.com. That's very good.
Hold on, let me move this around. All right, there we go. Page 11. Thank you, detective.
He's a good detective.
All right. Illinois, Kane County Circuit Court. Kane County.
Hmm. He was only 6 feet tall.
That's what it says. 6 feet 170.
Well, they could have made maybe a mistake on his height. Does this say date of birth anywhere?
It probably goes off your driver's license, so you can, you know what I mean? You can say whatever you want for your driver's license, even if it isn't the exact.
Right.
What'd you say? What?
Does it show date of birth at all? I mean, do we know this is him?
Yeah, the personal was up here.
Oh, well, there you go. Ding, ding, ding.
There. Right there. Let's see. Whoop. Page 11. Hold on. All right, page 11. All right, seatbelt, passenger. Let's see, guilty. Okay. September 14th, 2003. Whoa, that's saying 150. All right, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're 6'1" and you're 150, possible powder problem.
Unless you're Dutch. Only Dutch guys get away with that kind of stuff.
Okay, here's September 14th, 2003. Domestic battery bodily harm. Bond amount $180.
Yeah, because there's no prosecution. See the disposition.
Misdemeanor. And then this one, September. Oh, no, these are both on the 14th. My bad. Let's see. September. That was 96. 96? So he was in Illinois in 96?
So what age would
What
he
did he?
How old were you in 96?
16, I think. 17.
Why would he be there at 17?
You know what? Remember when he said that his dad wasn't around much? I wonder if he got shipped off because his dad was. There was some stuff his dad was getting in trouble for that had to do with underage boys. I wonder if he got shipped off.
Huh.
Because that's a long time to be in Illinois.
Yeah.
For almost a decade, and who knows, maybe longer. I wonder if he got shipped off. Kind of like what they do with the Amish. No, seriously, because in Ohio, right by Akron, there's a bunch of Amish down there. And one of the things with the Amish, because there's a lot of Amish stuff that gets in the newspapers, one thing with the Amish is they handle everything in-house, even when it comes to, like, you know, crimes against children. Okay?
Wow.
They handle everything in-house. What they do is they ship those people off to different Amish communities in another state.
Wow.
As their punishment. That's their punishment. If they do something wrong, you don't go to jail. you get shipped off to another Amish community in another state. It's almost a way of shunning you and not shunning you. It's their kind of prison, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm wondering about this, because when everything's being held inside the house, like the Amish is, counseling, health services, all these different things, it makes me wonder, well, why in the heck would he be all the way in Illinois? That's halfway across the country from
Yeah.
here.
No.
Unless they shipped him off somewhere.
So you think to another ministry or some?
I think to another
church-related-
community, another church community that they had connections to. Ship him off. Get him, because it's either one thing. Either he was getting into a lot of trouble and it was making the family name look bad, which even at that point, a lot of these religious families, you know what I mean, they're not going to ship their kid off. But in some of them, if they're getting in too much trouble, they'll ship them off. Or if there's something going on in the home that they don't want to get the child to get taken away, they ship them off.
Yeah.
Or if there is something that they're doing and it's not legal and they can really get in trouble, they ship them off instead of the attention like a bad teen camp or like a foster home at the same time too. If something bad's going on, like with the Amish, if one of the members or the dad or whatever did something to the children, they don't turn the dad into the police, they ship the dad off. And so if instead of shipping Wayne off, because Wayne would have to be the one that would have to be here to keep the money coming in, it's kind of like when you asked him if anything happened as a child and he quickly said no.
Yeah.
Was it because, heat's getting on too much, we need to ship you off, son? We're gonna let you go, go live with so and so, and they're gonna, get you in a better, environment or whatever. It's basically like their own kind of.
Yeah, but it couldn't have been
foster
that
care
good
just-
because he was still getting in trouble wherever he
Right.
was. Yeah.
That's why I feel like it's more about what Daddy was doing. The heat was coming on to Daddy. Daddy was getting in trouble for doing things to people
Yeah.
that were the same age and gender as him at that time. And so
Right.
we're just going to ship you away for a little while. But what's crazy is I just thought he was in Illinois just as a pit stop.
Hmm.
I didn't realize that he was in Illinois all the way back to the mid-90s.
I thought he was there for college. I don't even know why I thought that.
Bible college or
I
something,
have
or
no-
what?
I don't know.
He couldn't have been Bible college because he didn't serve Jesus until 2006.
No, I might be. I thought that he was interested in medicine at one time and didn't finish or didn't, see it through. I'm almost positive. I remember, I got to go back to the beginning of a lot of things that were said, even including this call that you're going to play, because I'd swear in the beginning, even with that, he said that he spent the night on the 26th to the 27th where he was staying. You know what I mean? So a lot of stuff that was said in the beginning actually talks about all of this, like why he was in Illinois and all that other stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he never went to Bible college. Now, I remember either he or someone had mentioned medical school, or he was looking to do medical school. It's probably why he thinks that he could give, medication to people. He had a baby at 18.
February 2000, property damage. His weight is all over the place. 150, 160, 170.
Well, that special powder will do that to people.
The weight is all over. 97. Possession of alcohol by minor. That ain't nothing.
Oh, that's right. His parents were separated. Is it possible his mom lives in that area? Does he have mom's family up there or something?
A lot of alcohol, possession of cannabis, 97.
I wonder if his
Jeez,
mom
bro.
was up there.
Jeez, man. This is, what is this? Contribute to delinquency of a child in 97. So
Yeah.
what were you doing? So this was the same date as you had cannabis. What were you doing? Smoking with a kid? So you were 18 at the time.
There was probably a girl under that age.
Smoking with a,
Smoking in the girls' room.
yeah. Property damage, 2000.
Yeah.
2000 aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. 2000. Yeah, he never did. Yeah, he never took an illegal substance. He just hotboxed.
Yeah. You're right.
Right? He just, and then all the SAs. Yeesh, SOs.
Did that say 145, 145 pounds? No way.
No, No, it said like 2.5.
Yeah, no, go down. Go
Go
with the
down?
last, yeah, right there. You just passed it. Go up a little more. No, up a little more. It's above that other offense.
What date? Because I think you might be delayed.
Right there.
I stopped on his name when you said.
Yeah, right under
This
it.
one?
It said right there.
This one? Property
Me-
damage.
Right there, 145 pounds. See it? 6'2", 145.
Oh, his weight. Yeah. Yeah, his weight. I thought you meant, oh my gosh, I thought
I'm
you meant
sorry.
I thought you meant the cannabis. I was like, what?
Oh,
No, I thought I saw
no.
2.5. Wait. Okay. It's like, damn, Jake,
Dude.
you running too, bro? You running? You gotta have those secret compartments, buddy.
So he was
Yeah, his
20
weight.
there, right?
Weight is all over the place.
That's crazy. 21. He's 21 years old. 6'2" at 145 pounds. That's
Yeah.
sickly.
I know.
Mhm.
I know, cause like, shoot, I weigh 155, 160, and I ain't even 6 foot, you know. So I can imagine what 145 and 6 to 6'2".
Hmm.
And I stood next to him. He doesn't look that thin. I mean, he's not, you know, he's not on the juice anymore.
Around 180.
You know? He's not on the juice, but it's not like I don't think he's super skinny. He didn't come. When I'm looking at him, I didn't think I would think like 155, 160. He's probably my same weight, just a little taller.
You think so?
You know, I'm a little
he looks
thicker.
heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 180.
Yeah, I'm a
or
little
something.
thicker than him, so. Oh, he's got a belly. You saw the belly. That's why he
Yeah.
got upset when people took a picture of him for the tattoo stuff.
Is my volume coming through okay? Or
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You never know with this thing.
Yeah. So that's interesting. That's a lot of stuff, bro. Jeez, even if it mostly is alcohol tickets, I mean, geez, I don't even remember if I got an alcohol ticket or not, honestly.
He worked out every morning with Micah. Yeah. Okay.
Right. They just asked. Yeah. I don't know. I've only been arrested a couple times. That's it.
He eats a lot of peaches, somebody said.
It's a long time ago. I don't remember.
He eats about 100 peaches right now.
That's why he's protecting the 40 pound. Right? It's a lot of stuff. What is this? Yeah, just to contribute. Yeah, that is funny though. News Nation interview. I've never done an illegal. Wait a minute. That's a lie. I did once hotbox, but I was just around it. Bro, that's more than just around it. $680.
Wow.
And then they contribute. So that means you weren't just around it. That means you were the main source and you were letting others enjoy the main source.
Right.
That looks bad. Especially for that News Nation stuff. Yeah, he's just I'm definitely within. That was the craziest answer. Looked up and he paused. Yeah, I know, like he was trying to remember. It's bad when you listen, when you do an interview and your mouth answers the question before your brain does, it's a problem. Especially when you're on the platform where you're supposed to, like, you know, have the double check in the brain before it comes out this way. He just bloop. Oh, wait a minute. No, I lied. Bloop. That's why you know it's the cracks are coming, because he's not even
thinking of his answers.
He's not even thinking about it. It's just rolling off his tongue.
Yeah.
It's just rolling off. And that's where he'll be like, oh, shoot. And then all of a sudden the cat's out the bag. It's too late. All right. Thank you for sharing that, Detective. Appreciate that. We'll have that for later. I think mostly everybody wants to go through that 911 call first. So we can go ahead and do that. Let me pull it up here. And if you guys see that News Nation interview, just let me know and we can get to that later. Let's see here. Let's go to the 911 call. All right, let's put that there. All right, we'll stop that. We'll start this. All right, there's that.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, this is going to be a graphic warning again, y'all. I don't know. Did anybody type that they didn't hear it? I'm curious.
There were a few. There were one or two.
Just a few? Okay. It is a graphic warning. Obviously, I'll go ahead and put this up here in the top right. Obviously, it's going to be a graphic warning the whole time. The 911 call audio is going to be up there, because really as soon as the 911 call starts and it ends, it really is just nothing but kaboom, 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 and you're just like, what?
Yeah, a lot of information.
So if it's going to trigger you, you can go ahead and hit the mute button. I'm not going to be showing any closed captioning or anything. Go ahead and hit the mute button. You can hang out with everybody and chit chat. Just keep in mind that as the audio's up here, it will be graphic. All right, give me 1 second here. Oh boy, this is a tough one.
I know.
And thank you again for sharing it, Ann. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Okay. It's like I'm having a hard time hitting play, Ann. the mouse is on the play button. All right, here we go. It's like a, yeah.
Where can I dispatch? Hello?
I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here.
This is Roy County Dispatch. Can I help you?
Sure, I was talking to a lady. She sent me you.
Okay.
What I'm calling for, we're in the neighborhood of Cascades. This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows is crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening?
All right, I'm going to stop that real quick. I'm going to rewind that. And because I'm not from this area, I have a hard time understanding some of the things that he's saying. Now, did he say this, that crazy preacher? Is that what I heard? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'm here.
This is Horry County Dispatch.
And thank you for all your ticket numbers. I appreciate you. And thank you for hopping in this evening.
Can I help you?
Sure, I was talking to a lady. She sent me you.
Okay.
What I'm calling for, we're in the neighborhood of Cascades. This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows he's crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening?
Why do you think that part was redacted?
I don't know. I don't know what he could be saying.
Because what happened? Bloop. Hold on a minute. Let me see how long that redaction is.
This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows he's crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening?
1, 2.
And
2 seconds, 8 words.
He might be mentioning the neighbor. You know, so-and-so is making me call you, or I'm calling for so-and-so. He does say,
okay.
So I think they're covering up a name.
Okay.
Horry County Dispatch, can I help you?
That makes sense.
Sure, I was talking to a lady. She sent me you.
Okay.
What I'm calling for, we're in the neighborhood of Cascades. This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows he's crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening? And he's had a bunch of Filipino girls.
And he's had, I don't know. What happened? 8 words. See, he has multiple. What do you guys think's in that redaction? I don't know if it's necessarily a. I don't know if it's necessarily a name.
That's the only thing I could think of that would fit for redaction.
So when it comes to
Address, maybe.
well, they can redact anything they want to, right?
Yeah, somebody said they think it's the address of where he's calling from. Like he could be saying, I'm at, blah, 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 what was it, Cold Water
I'm
Station?
at such and such, and they're located over at this part. Okay. It's just, okay.
We're in the neighborhood of Cascades. This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows he's crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening? And he's had a bunch of Filipino girls, or something. I don't know if what's going on in there. But the neighbor also saw him beating one of those girls up not too long ago. He can be, tell him of
the neighbor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was my neighbor that lives at da 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 told me about this, and see what happened is, okay, I bet that's what it says. Okay.
Right.
So he's basically telling 3 stories. He's telling the neighbor's story, he's telling his story, and he's telling the mail lady's story.
Yeah, and I think you can hear her a little bit in the background.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Or his wife.
And he's had a bunch of Filipino girls, or something. I don't know if what's going on in there. But the neighbor also saw him beating one of those girls up not too long ago. He can be, tell them of the police about it. The mail lady just went down there and she said there's always different young Oriental girls in that house, and then they're now. I guess I don't know what he's going. I know they're doing an investigation of their death, because she had just filed for divorce and all, and we all know her from running and everything, and she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on, because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here, there's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
It's just, I don't know. These redactions are odd. Something's going. Let me go back just a little bit.
Him beating one of those girls up not too long ago. He can be, tell the police about it. The mail lady just went down there and she said there's always different young Oriental girls in that house, and then they're now.
Okay. So the mail lady just came down and told me, so something happened for that call. What would have happened for the neighbor, the mail lady, and this guy to call at that particular moment? Because when he said that he almost got hit, that was the Saturday before.
Yeah.
But what? Okay, so what? A mail lady, this is what I'm saying. Okay, so a mail lady went and delivered a package, and a young Oriental girl or a couple Oriental girls answered the door and took the package. Does that mean that the mail ladies run into the neighbors, or some kind of scene took place out in the neighborhood for all the neighbors to get together real quick and talk? I don't think so.
No,
Even
I
if the
think
mail
it's a
lady,
combination.
but
I think it's a combination of a bunch of things that have happened. That's what I think.
yeah, but it's not the first time. It can't be the first time that the mail lady delivered a package and the young Oriental girls answered the door.
Right.
It can't be the first time that they had black sheets covering the windows.
Yeah. And he said that nurse, there's a nurse, somebody in your chat, he said beating her up, not meeting her up. Beating,
Yeah, he said beating. Yeah, her back. On her back.
He did initially call because
there's something missing.
He does say there's a whole bunch of girls there now. So it's like I guess they thought the cops would pull up to finding all these girls there related to
because the mail lady delivered the package and could see how many girls were in there, went and probably told another neighbor that she was delivering a package to their house. Right. And then that neighbor went over to the neighbor that's calling and then had the mail lady come talk to him, probably at the end of her route on the street. So then she could confirm what the neighbor was telling the guy that called in.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, the neighbors want him out. Absolutely.
Okay.
I guess I don't know what he's going. I know they're doing an investigation into her death because she had just filed for divorce and all. And, we all know her from running and everything, and she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here, there's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
Why would that be redacted?
Yes, ma'am. That's the address. And the mail lady said she went by there.
Yes, ma'am. So he answered. Her question was redacted. Okay.
Yeah, because she had just filed for divorce and all. And, we all know her from running and everything. And she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here, there's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
See, and then he answered.
Yes, ma'am. That's the address. And the mail lady said she went by there and there's still young Filipino girls. All that.
She said an address.
Just confirming an address, maybe?
Yes, ma'am. That's the address. And the mail lady said she went by there and there's still young Filipino girls. All that sex trafficking and all going on. Mm-hmm. I heard he was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run.
There's a lot he was into.
Yeah.
So he knows.
Oh, yeah. Locals know. And this is early on, May 1st.
wish I could. Sir, if you watch the show, please do me a favor and reach out to me. I would.
I had to play that about 4 or 5 times to do that breakdown, you know?
Mm-hmm. It was made on 5/1/2024.
4 days after Micah passed away.
Yeah.
But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belonged to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
Oh, sheets.
it looked like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly near them, fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he sneaks in there and leaves. But those Orientals in there, and like I said, I think that was her house. But you heard about it. Everything going on with the, what was the name? Rock Church, Solid Rock Church.
Okay.
And it's the Miller, J.P. Miller. And like you say, she filed for divorce. 2 days later, she's dead. So there's something going on in there. It's been going on a while. Like I said, the neighbor saw one of them, the boy, because he's real crazy, beating the girl on the back. But I don't know why he didn't call the police, but he didn't know either. A lot of people don't like getting involved. I don't be involved in sex.
Well, hold on a minute. So he saw the boy. What? He saw the boy?
Yeah, he also said something about the boy beat somebody on the back. Something like that.
The boy, which I think he's referring to JP.
Oh, maybe. Oh, you know.
But it sounds like he said that he's saying that somebody else. I don't know. It's hard.
I always thought that was a separate person, but he is an older man.
Let me see.
I mean, he refers to Micah as a little girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he sneaks in there and leaves. But those Orientals in there, and like I said, I think that was her house. But you heard about it. Everything going on with the...
What, his son?
Oh, his son.
The son that keeps getting in trouble too?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Huh.
See, that's what I was taking it as. I Spy Crime. That oh, hold on, chat's moving pretty quick here. That's the way older folks prefer to young people. Like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, he was calling Micah and JP boy and girl.
Guy speaking has an 80-year-old mom that lives there. How do you know that, Carrie? Do you know them?
Yeah, how do you know? I mean, I'd like to talk to him. Have him reach out to me, please.
So that would make him, what, possibly in his 60s? He sounds like it.
Yeah.
That might be why he's also calling, you know, worried about his mom.
Because his mom is freaking worried, right? And it wouldn't be her calling the cops. It's her son right? So then it's not like, well, I didn't call the cops, my son did, you know?
Yeah.
You know, if she's gonna...
In fear.
Yeah. No, 80-year-old is...
Poor thing.
Yeah, Yoli, that's what I was like, well, boy could be his son, too.
No, that's what he says. Does he say that? His 80-year-old mom? I didn't hear that.
She's actually in her 90s?
Oh. Aw.
What? Okay, hold on.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It looked like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly near them, fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
and apparently sneaks in there and leaves. But those Orientals in there, and like I said, I think that was her house. But you heard about it. Everything going on with the what was the name? Rock Church, Solid Rock Church.
Okay.
And it's the Miller, J.P. Miller, and like you say, she filed for divorce. 2 days later, she's dead. So there's something going on in there. It's been going on a while. Like I said, the neighbor saw one of them, the boy, because he's real crazy, beating the girl on the back. But I don't.
The boy, because he's real crazy. So I think he's referring to JP because in the beginning of the call, he referred to JP being the crazy pastor.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
boy, because he's crazy.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think he's referring to JP.
That makes sense. I mean, he
Okay,
does say that he was beating Micah. He does say that.
God,
In
you imagine? I
I
swear,
know.
if I was this neighbor, that's why I don't understand. How can people sit back and watch this stuff take place?
Well, these are older people. They're probably scared out of their mind.
I mean, I get
You
the
know?
older people, but there's got to be something, man. I don't know, dude. If I was out in my lawn cutting my grass or something and I saw some shit like that, you know damn well I'm flying over there quick as shit.
Well, you're normal. That's-
Like I'd be over there quick as hell, yo, all up in your face.
Yeah, I know Charleston. So I looked it up on the map. This, somebody had mentioned, Michael Edge talked about the blue truck in the morning. Myrtle Beach to Charleston was, what was it, 3 hours? Right? 2 hours.
Something like that. Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah, and I was
2 hours.
always under the impression that he spent the night in Charleston the night before. So that's just another lie. 90 miles away, right. Right. So it's about 2 hours.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mary. So, well, according to Google Maps, it's 2. So, yeah. I mean, not that he can't drive home Friday evening. I'm not saying that, but I thought that was the story.
Give me 1 second here. Let me announce these real quick. Contribution call out. Holy crap. Contribution call out to Chris. Thank you for becoming a member. We had that special members live. I think we're doing the members live part 2 tomorrow. Pretty sure. Missy Sue, thank you for becoming a member as well. Marie Rhines, thank you also for becoming a member. Shan Kelly, thank you for becoming a member. Sorry I missed these this evening. And Ruck Don, thank you for gifting a membership. And thank you for being a member as well. Who got gifted the membership? SOC Rebel was just gifted the membership. There you go, SOC. Nice. And shout out to SOC. She sent me an email last night, and I just want to say prayers. I appreciate your support.
Does it show the time, Michael? I don't remember that. He says that the law enforcement shows on the highway what the time was that they saw his blue truck on the highway. I didn't know.
Oh, on the screenshot?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, because I think I just saved an article that had all of those. Let me look real quick.
The 911 call, I think, was around 11:30 in the morning, but that was May 1st.
Yeah, 11:49 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's close to noon.
Thank you, Kylie.
I'm curious, did they even show up though? Because it doesn't look like they did. Where is it? Is it this one? I don't think it is. Yes. Wait. No, that's not it. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I know I have the photo, so it would take me a minute to try and get to it. It's all in one folder. I thought I saved an article last night, but I guess not. They went what? At
The
a
cops
later
did
date?
show up. That's why we have an incident report and a 911 call.
At 12 something, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they moseyed on over there.
Here.
No, JP was there. He let this call was made on Wednesday. We're talking about Saturday morning, as the neighbor mentioned that on Saturday morning.
Oh,
JP
yeah, here we go.
hit him with the truck.
12. So that says the same thing that was called in at 11:47.
Okay.
But it says the same thing at 12:19. Then it says 11:48 and 47. What?
Do you think that's a breakdown of what was said on the 911 call?
It has to be because, yeah, it has to be because it came in at 11:47.
Right.
27. 11:47, 27.
Wow.
Then 40. Then. So these are all things that the lady was typing in. So that must be Jenkins 13677. Non-emergent. It shows, let's see, PDS male. Oh, PD small. Okay. Made contact with homeowner. So made contact with the person that called in. So they were the homeowner. It wasn't a son visiting his mom. So they made contact with the homeowner. He said everything was fine.
Right.
Or it could be the homeowner as in JP.
That's what I always thought. And then he was blaming it on, some husband calling, making complaints on her.
Oh, because they're going through a divorce. This is what is weird though. Owner believes it could have been her husband calling to make a complaint. Wait a minute.
Who's her?
Why does it say her?
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't it say him? This don't make sense right here alone.
People think they're talking about the sister.
His sister. So the sister was there with all the Orientals?
Yeah. I always thought it was one of the Oriental girls.
But her husband, okay. Sister, Oriental girl. Why would they say, oh, it could have been my husband calling to make a complaint on me?
Right.
If Micah didn't live there and it was JP's house. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, this is why the sister doesn't make sense. This is why it has to be a female.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost worded like it was Micah at the house. Micah would be the one saying, it could have been my husband calling to make complaints on me because we're going through a divorce. That wasn't at Micah's.
Right.
Read it again. What am I reading wrong here? Owner believes it could have been her husband calling to make a complaint. Do you guys not see? So it could be the sister going through a divorce and the husband of the sister?
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, do you see where this is going?
Yeah.
That's way far out there, man. That's way far out there. If it was the sister, she would have said it's probably my brother's soon-to-be ex-wife calling to make complaints because they're going through a divorce.
Right, right. That's just bad documentation.
I don't know. It was sister probably said that because she knew JP called. But why would the sister say it's probably? So the sister's calling this JP's sister is blaming it on JP's sister's husband.
Yeah, it can't be Micah, guys. She was gone 4 days ago. Cops
it can't
know
be his sister.
Yeah.
And if it's the Oriental young female, then why didn't she say my husband has a ex-wife that, you know?
Yeah, she's not pretending to be Micah because on the 911 call, the gentleman says a number of times that she had passed away that weekend before. So no.
And they knew the difference between Micah and the young Oriental females. Would there be any reason why JP would have a female answer a call from them?
No, because they know that Micah's gone already. It was in the 911 call. Yeah. I think it's just bad documentation. Really bad.
And that don't sound, and the person that called doesn't sound like the husband calling to make a complaint. It's a neighbor.
Right.
So,
right.
You know, like, I don't know. It don't.
Now you know why I had to get the 911 call. Because you can't go on that incident report.
Yeah, because the guy that called in is not even the husband. He was calling for something else. Oh, okay. I don't know. It's just too weird. It's just too weird. All right, let me get the audio back up here. It's just too weird.
He was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
sheets.
It looked like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning. Mm-hmm. And apparently he sneaks in there and leaves. But those Orientals in there, and like I said, I think that was her house. But you heard about it. Everything going on with the, what was the name? Rock Church, Solid Rock Church.
Okay.
And it's the Miller, JP Miller. And like you say, she filed for divorce. 2 days later, she's dead. So there's something going on in there. It's been going on a while. Like I said, the neighbor saw one of them, the boy, because he's real crazy, beating the girl on the back. But I don't know why he didn't call the police, but he didn't know either. A lot of people don't like getting involved. I don't think he's involved in sex trafficking, which I think he is, but y'all can find out because they got no business in their house.
Okay. And what is your name?
Live down the road, believe me. Yeah, the neighbor knows. You know, everybody's scared of this guy now because what's going on. They should be.
Right. And what's your...
Yeah, they had a front row seat to all the madness.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about how many Oriental girls are there?
No, I have no idea, but the post ladies did it always, and she saw them a while ago. So they came to the door and got some packages she delivered. She knows there's always something, and the other man that used to be there said there's always something shady going in there with that boy and everything, which it is. They're young. She thinks they're Filipino. Yeah, JP, he was the one. His wife was just found dead. It was just said that she committed suicide, but all the people got Facebook. They know he killed. You know how that goes.
Right.
Whoa.
He did it all the time. He really did. He's a crazy guy.
They just dropped
And
the
he's
full.
involved in young kids and young girls, and of course the church now is just saying.
They just dropped the full segment 22 minutes ago for the News Nation stuff. Just letting you guys know.
Oh.
Nice. So we'll check that out right after this.
And that somebody should come up and say that a lot longer, and she'd be alive today. I'm sure y'all all read about it. It just happened, I think, Saturday. But there's always been something weird, and everybody had to tell you something weird going on in that house. But it's a nice neighborhood. Yeah, I don't really want to get involved, but you know what I mean?
Right. Do you know if there's any
Something
weapons
to be
involved?
done. I don't know if there's any weapons in there. I know they said the girl shot herself. I don't know if it happened there. Somebody told me that the mail, they thought she did in Charleston, which don't make sense, but nobody knows.
Okay.
I don't know what's in that house.
And is there anyone in danger right now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on inside that house or not.
Right.
There's a black car out there. I know they got the windows and all. They'll see when they see the house.
Okay.
Yeah, he slipped in and he ran out of there. So I don't know if he was. I know he had a restraining order on him, and I don't even think he was supposed to be around that house. But I don't. Like I said, she ended up dead. You know how that goes.
Right.
It's weird. It's very, and everybody knows it. Everybody in that church knows it. Everybody knows it, and it's under investigation. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let you go. An officer's going to be dispatched as soon as possible.
All right. I'm going to.
So now
skip that.
he squeals out of the neighborhood that Saturday morning. Somebody had just put up that he was on Highway 17 at around 2:00. That on
222,
his way,
yeah.
222 on his way to Charleston. This man just said that they heard that she was killed in Charleston. Those were his words. Now, I don't know why somebody would mention that 4 days after her death, but I'm just saying it's a local.
You know,
I find that strange.
You know what's strange as well is, didn't JP claim that he got the clothes back that Micah was wearing, the outfit?
Did he really? Oh, this guy.
I could have swore. Let me know in chat. I could have swore that this had to be a month ago. I could have swore there was an interview that he had that he mentioned, because it was when he was talking about the autopsy and stuff.
Yeah.
I thought he said, because he was going through, it was in the beginning where he was talking about how, he said that they wanted an autopsy, and he was like, I don't know how everybody does these things. I was just agreeing to this and doing this, basically trying to discredit the family story, that they needed to sign a paper in order for them to see her, and then he quickly had her cremated. And I could have swore. It makes me wonder.
Under the mystic moon, that would probably work if this call was made 2 or 3 weeks after, right? But this was 4 days, so there was no reason for JP to come up with an alibi because nobody was questioning him at that point.
Right.
So nobody was discussing Charleston, only that man. That's my whole point, that the time of that call is very telling. Very telling.
Because at that point, it would have been a story. That point, just 4 days ago, it could have been somebody was found, in State Park, but that's all the way up in North Carolina. I think on the news it would have been just a little small mention on your local news. Okay, that I don't understand that, but anyway,
Yeah,
on the
I
local
know.
news, it's just going to be a small mention because it was something that happened in North Carolina. Um, even though it had something to do with JP, they might have said, yeah, pastor's wife was found, this and that. It's not like they're going to drop the whole timeline and where, like you said, where he
Exactly.
needed to come up with an alibi. So the
Right.
whole Charleston being promoted from a news station, that wouldn't even happen till like a week or two after this phone call was taking place.
Right, exactly.
So you're absolutely right, Ann. It would have been kind of like when we were talking about it. I was saying, I'm wondering if he said Charleston because you listen to what he's saying during the whole 911 call. Everybody knows what he's capable of, what he's like. And then he, being nervous because, when anybody has a question about, whoa, where were you at? He's quick to tell you that he was at an event, sporting event. He even stopped to get gas, basically laying out a whole alibi of where there should be receipts. Just kind of like I was getting gas when the peaches were stolen. I was getting gas in Tennessee and Kentucky at that point. So, the receipts. So, when you look at it like that, I was sitting there thinking when the guy called in, because they obviously were told, okay, because of, you could hear him repeating what took place. I came from the impression that because I'm thinking JP came up to them and said, "Hey, my wife, I just wanted to let you know this is what happened to my wife. By the way, I was in Charleston, offering up the alibi to
Mm-hmm.
the neighbor before it became an alibi to the news." And I think maybe the neighbor, because they were already going, as soon as they heard the noise, they're automatically going, yeah, dude, you had something to do with it.
Right.
They took the Charleston in his alibi to them and then remembered it because it was such a shocking news, remembered it as being Charleston because subconsciously they put Charleston in Lumber River State Park's location because subconsciously they already felt that he had something to do with it.
Oh yeah, he said that. He said that was the suspicions of all the neighbors. So he says that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's where
Where the
he
confusion is.
because he was like, yeah, because they already felt like he had something to do with it. Hey, this is what happened. Oh my gosh, that's a shocking news thing. I don't hear Lumber River State Park. But yeah, I was in Charleston getting gas and I was at a sporting event. And all of a sudden when they go to call him back, oh my gosh, guys, yeah. And it happened in Charleston because subconsciously their mind was already telling them he
Right.
had something to do with it. So they took his location, put it into the story.
And yeah,
Only
mind you, yeah. For the record, he has not proven any other activity in Charleston to date. Not one receipt has come up.
Mhm.
That's all. I'm saying that for the chat. I'm sorry, CJ.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No. No, I see.
they're trying to figure out this puzzle too, and it could make people crazy.
Oh, Jay, it was something me and her talked about it
Yeah, yeah.
before we even had a conversation, Jay.
Right, right.
Me and Ann were actually talking about this call before uh, anybody. All right. Let me see here. So I'm gonna rewind it just a skosh. We'll get into those interviews here soon in a few. Let me. I'm gonna go to the first part. It was redacted, and we'll go from there.
But the neighbor also saw him beating one of those girls up not too long ago. He can be, tell the police about it. The mail lady just went down there and she said there's always different young Oriental girls in that house, and then there now. I guess I don't know what he's doing. I know they're doing an investigation into her death because she had just filed for divorce and all. And, we all know her from running and everything, and she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on, because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom.
Yeah, I can hear the lady talking in the background now.
Yeah. Oh, she's an older lady.
What's going on? Because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here. There's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
So my mom. Oh, right there. Is that where he says his mom is?
What's going on? Because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here. There's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
What? I can't tell what he's saying right there. I think that's where
somebody
some
would
people
tell us. Does anybody can translate?
I think so. I can see why some people, because I thought it sounded like he said my mom, but then I played it again and I don't know anymore. Let me see.
What's going on? Because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here. There's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
So what? What? My bab's better, huh? I don't know what that says. I don't think it says my mom is 80 years old.
No, I think Jay said that in the chat that she was 90. So you know who she is, Jay?
You know who the dude's calling? The 911 guy?
But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on, because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here. There's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
I don't know what he's saying there. I can't. Kylie, I can work on that tonight. Yeah, so let me see. It's at the 1 minute.
We went through it for hours.
Huh?
We went through it for hours. It was broken down.
What do you know what he's saying?
Well, I did break it down, but I only broke down the parts that,
Yeah, the major.
The major, yeah. That's just filler. No, it's not an isolated link. It was something I got through FOIA.
Yeah. You can use the show if you want to use it. Like the short video we used last night.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
the small video that got put out. The
Right.
first video in the video section. That's probably the best to use. Because we're chopping it up all throughout this episode. The short video.
Steph said, it sounds like my mom and older people in the neighborhood. Something like that. There's older people in the neighborhood. That's what they're saying they're hearing. There's my mom's out here and older people in it. Yeah, they're all saying that. That's what they're hearing.
My mom's something and older people in this neighborhood. Okay. I appreciate it because, and I might even go through it tonight when we're done because it's hard to understand some of it. The guy's talking real quick, too. I don't know, maybe I'll go walk in the neighborhood and see if this guy will come talk to me.
I guess I don't know what he's going. I know they're doing an investigation into her death because she had just filed for divorce and all. And, we all know her from running and everything, and she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on, because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here. There's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's the address. And the email lady said she went by there, and there's young Filipino girls. All that sex trafficking and all going on. Mm-hmm. I heard he was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. And she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the windows?
And like I said,
sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
That was on Saturday morning. Fly in and fly out. Almost hit us. Saturday morning, how could he be? Wait a minute. I thought he was at the soccer event Saturday morning.
Right. So at 2:22, is he on his way home or is he on his way there?
2:22, he'd have to. I would think he would have to be on his way home.
He was supposed to be in Charleston.
I
See,
mean, it was.
I thought he spent the night before, but I might be mistaken.
I'm trying to think, because back then it was still pretty cool. It wasn't like cold in the morning where you needed to wait until the afternoon to have a soccer game. You could have had the soccer game at 10 in the morning, which is usually what they'll do, is they'll have him like mid-morning through the early afternoon.
On the way home when it first came out, that was him on the way home. Somebody had just said, okay.
It would have to be. And Saturday morning, flying in, flying out, almost hit us. So you'd have to be leaving. I wish I knew what time Saturday morning. Because Saturday morning could be Saturday morning at 7. It could be Saturday morning at 11. It makes a huge difference. Because she thought she was being followed already. So was he rushing out of the house because she went to Dick's Pawn?
Wow.
Because that's when she would have been at Dick's Pawn. Is the morning.
Yeah. What time was she there? 11?
Late morning, yeah. And he always, he said, make sure they call me right away if she goes to a gun store. Well, it's really only just a few minute drive from where she was staying to Dick's Pawn Shop. I got the whole route. It'll drop in chat for you guys. I recorded the whole route from her apartment to Dick's Pawn to every location, the gas station, and then Lumber River State Park. It's not that far of a drive. So they wouldn't even know that she was probably going to Dick's Pawn until she got there, because if she's leaving the house, they're probably just getting ready to follow her to see where she went. It doesn't take but a few minutes to get to Dick's Pawn, and by that time we're reaching out to him, and that's why somebody would have to
whatever
rush.
Whatever it was, according to the neighbor, he took off like a bandit because he almost hit one of the neighbors. That's what he said. Flying in and flying out is what he says.
Right. So
that's weird.
Did he know that? That's what I'd be curious to ask him, what time, because I wonder if it's the same time period that she was at the pawn shop. Because maybe he was somewhere, got the information that she was at the pawn shop, had to stop home real quick and get the hell out. Because it's still another, it's like to get to where that is, it's like a 5-10 minute drive.
Wow.
From his house.
Yeah, it's not a very big city, is it? Is it a big city? Myrtle Beach?
Myrtle Beach?
Yeah.
Not really. Not downtown.
Okay.
Not downtown, it's not. It's just congested. I mean, you're basically, when you're at Solid Rock, so the Ferris wheel down here.
No.
It's not very far. It's only a few minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach, and basically, where she stayed is just a few minutes from the church. That's it.
He does say it's last Saturday. I'm sorry. Somebody had asked a question. I'm sorry.
He what?
It does say last Saturday. He does say last Saturday.
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
Saturday in the morning.
Yeah. And the call is on Wednesday. Sorry, CJ.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's like 5 to 10 minutes, Tamara. It's not. She knows what I'm saying. It's not. It's close, but it's not like just a
Right.
minute down the road. And it
Right,
all
right.
depends on traffic too, because yeah, traffic can be. I've driven down there where there's no cars, and then I've driven down there where it's just jam packed, and all different times. Especially during the day, it's pretty jam packed. But then again, you're talking April, late April, which isn't a big tourist time in the for the area. So
Yeah.
the traffic isn't that bad right, Tamara? Like late April, is the very beginning of like the tourism. It's not like it is today.
Look at Steph. Look at Steph. Oops. Okay. Oh, Steph. He
So
went to
there's
Charleston Friday, April 26th, and returned. That's what I thought, Steph. That's what I thought. I remember. I'm going to have to go back and look because if that's been the story, we just got somebody who's saying or was proving that it's not true. And why do we think it's that Saturday? Because May 1st is on Wednesday. He didn't say the Saturday 2 weeks ago. He said Saturday. So he's talking about the Saturday
there
before,
is no.
which would be the 27th. I think he would have
I didn't
said
have to wait either.
2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? So he was pretty clear Saturday. So he was really talking about that week. The call was May 1st, and I think that was a Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken.
I walked in, picked it out, and walked out. Yeah. Let me see. A lot of traffic and tourists. It stretches. It's going to play it after. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that here in a minute. But no, this guy did say Saturday. The Saturday before he called on the 1st of May. The Saturday was the 27th. So how could he be there that morning then? If so he had somebody take his truck.
Remember, the blue truck is the issue because he mentions the blue truck. So the whole alibi has been wrapped around this blue truck being taken. A picture has been taken of 222.
Yeah.
Yeah. CJ's right. It blows the whole alibi out of the water.
Yeah, he had somebody take the truck to create the alibi. But wait.
Angie.
But
he said in the beginning, the very beginning, I'm sorry, CJ, it's just constant. Let me try this one more time. From the very beginning, the alibi was he spent the night in Charleston on the 26th. Somebody just said it. Steph just said it. And came back on the 27th. 222 was picked up on the highway.
Right.
Okay, so that it blows his alibi away is the point. That's
the 911 call blows the alibi because the 911 call shows the alibi of JP actually being at his house when he was supposed to be in another location.
Oh, well, absolutely. Somebody probably was helping him. I mean, that goes without saying. But, yeah, we've always thought that. Right, that's right.
His alibi's blown.
Oh, yeah. And it was blown already by his dad because initially it was also that he was supposed to be spending the night out there and he was with a woman. We all thought it was Susie. And then the father turns around and goes, oh, no, he wasn't with a woman. The story keeps changing.
Yo. This 911 call is going to open up so many more things. We'll probably go into it more tomorrow night because I'm gonna scan through it a bunch after we're done tonight, and I'm gonna try and find some other interviews where JP's talking about certain things when it comes to that evening and that morning and that day. And I think we need to find, if y'all can do me a favor, help me out. Whatever send me whatever clips or links of him talking about the specific day before and the day of. We'll listen to the phone call again. We'll mash it all together. Because if he's going to continue to tell people that he was somewhere else, and it's obvious that he wasn't from the 911 call.
Angie, someone verified he was at the tournament. Do you have any kind of documentation?
His son looks like him.
Of that?
His son looks just like him.
Because none of us have seen any verification of him being at anything. And he said he was at a gas station, a restaurant. We've seen nothing to date. So you know that he was at the tournament, and bless you, and you have verification of that? Because I'd love to see it.
Yeah, his son. Yeah, Jay.
Like him.
His son and Susie's son are friends. They play soccer. The son doesn't drive. Doesn't mean he wasn't. No, but you can't tell who's in the truck, Jay. The windows are tinted. But they're talking about him supposedly being seen at the event. You can look like your dad sitting on the stands from somebody across the way.
Right.
And look at him. He looks just like his damn dad. Are you going to tell me if you're 20, 30 feet away and his son has his hat on backwards, just like JP does, are you going to tell me you can distinguish the difference? You would have to really know all of his physical features at that specific moment to then compare.
Right.
Yeah, the oldest son that actually is in, I think he's still in jail right now, ain't he? Maybe not. The one that got arrested for DV. That's the son that I'm talking about.
Well, nobody has confirmed that at all. There's no evidence, none whatsoever. So, unless there's absolute proof on paper, talk means nothing.
Yeah, Steph has a great comment right here. I have seen no evidence of him in Charleston, assuming FBI has the evidence whether his alibi is verified or not.
Right on, Steph. Right on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to say.
Right on.
And when I say his son, I'm not talking about the son that's on the soccer team. Duh, he can't drive the truck.
No, his oldest son looks like
that's the
spitting image of him.
Right. And you're going to tell me with his, like, seriously, and you put a backwards hat on him, he looks damn near just like JP.
Yeah. I could see them pulling that off. Mm-hmm.
He's got the same, like physical, the neck and the jaw and the face. And you put a backwards hat on him, he looks like a JP that's 10 years younger. But if somebody that's at a distance, yeah, that was JP. Right. Or, come on, people, it's not like you can't have, who says they didn't have somebody there to create? It's part of the alibi,
Right.
They could, the people that are on the other side or something. The eyewitness accounts of somebody being there is one thing. It's the actual receipts is another, because anybody could misinterpret somebody else at a distance.
Yeah.
Kids start driving at 15. Florence, let's see.
What's that, Florence? I saw ferry or something.
Let's see. I don't think his alibi is good, Mystic Moon.
No.
From this 911 call. This neighbor's putting JP at the house Saturday morning.
Right. I agree, Warrior Queen, only because when the call was made, he said those girls are there now, and you need to send
Right.
somebody up there. So I would think it's possibly they're talking about one of the Asian girls. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me see here. All right, we will get into more of that on the show, unless you want to go into anything more about it.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
you can.
How much more can we pick it apart? I'm looking forward to the other 911 calls.
Yeah,
What's going to come out of that?
and we'll chat more about this tomorrow night because I'm gonna try and get some other things together, just kind of help explain where we're coming from and kind of what we're thinking here. But I honestly think I don't know. I think his alibi is blown with this 911 call. I
Oh
think
yeah. Oh yeah.
this neighbor putting him at the house Saturday morning. I would love to find out what time Saturday morning this guy was meaning, because it does. I mean, can you imagine if it was like 10, 11 in the morning that all this took place?
Right. Now,
That's that puts you right next to Micah.
yeah, right. Exactly. Now,
When
JD
she
said
started
something about checking ring cameras. How long does a ring camera keep?
It keeps mine. I can basically go through. I mean, gosh, at least a month.
Wow. Okay.
Go through. I have the highest subscription on it, so basically, I can go back to any time anybody walks by the house.
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm.
mean, I have my shit. Like somebody, you can be walking across the street and it's gonna pick your ass up. And I can literally go back. I mean, I can sit there and scroll and scroll and scroll and
Right.
scroll and scroll. And so it can be. Now, I don't know. It depends on, what they have. But if it's
Yeah.
like 2 months, 2.5 months, I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
so
know.
it matters like what type? You mean like brand or whatever? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
the cheaper brands, they might not have uh, those extra. It's like some of these security cams that they have, the night vision uh, is so grainy and horrible, and I don't understand it, because my night vision on mine actually, I can pick a face out and all the features a lot easier with the night vision than I can in the daytime.
Right.
So I don't understand how some of these night visions of these people's security systems are so grainy and can't, like Sebastian Rogers, you can't
Wow.
see what's what in the damn thing. And it's weird to me because but yeah, it has to do with the brand and the features and all of that stuff, definitely, when it comes to it. But yeah, I don't know, I would have to drive around the neighborhood. Maybe I'll go walk around the area and kind of check it out and see what would have picked up something and what wouldn't. And I'll just go door to door and talk to neighbors and see
Right
if there's
on.
anybody that wants to talk to me.
Oh, in regards to this, I would
No,
almost think they would. I think they'd be more than happy. You know, I
I
think
don't
they're
know. I'm
sick of it.
afraid. I think this dude that did the 911 call would definitely talk to me. I don't know about the other ones.
Yeah.
I would still feel that they might, because the only reason I say that is when I drove down the street one of the first couple days I was here. I drove down the street, and if you guys were with me, if you guys remember, it was crazy because the house that was diagonal to the side of where JP lives, an old guy lived there,
Mhm.
and then it was a young kid, and they were both like mean mugging me really bad. I mean, really bad, mean mugging me,
Well,
just because I was driving by, and the old guy, like, it was hilarious because the old guy, I was driving by, and as I look over and I see the young kid, acting like he was all tough and shit, and they were kind of walking towards me, and And then the older guy, he was like, you know, all this puffed up chests and stuff. And I'm sitting there like, bro, like, come on now. Come on now. You wouldn't be doing that if I stepped out of my vehicle.
Yeah.
So with that reaction right there, it almost is like people might just be upset just because of the attention, and they got to be scared as hell that anybody would be seen talking to anybody, because he would probably, as soon as I'm gone, he'd probably go harass the shit out of them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would be kind of nervous walking there trying to talk to each thing.
Does anybody know what part of the highway? Because somebody's asking if I know he does know the police chief.
Yeah, he's got judges.
Myrtle Beach, but does he know the sheriff? I don't know. You know,
I don't think necessarily he does. What I noticed being at the protest is when there's kind of like with Sprinkler Boy, how they were trying to not let him get arrested after service.
Right.
JP's like this. Anytime that he's around cops and he's outside and he's trying to do something, he's always like this. He's always holding his phone, and it's always like this. And you know why? I think because Daddy's on the phone. Hey, Dad, can you tell this guy? Can you tell this guy so and so and so and so?
Right.
You know, the influence. And
because somebody had said, which is it's a great suggestion, if one of them doctored his truck being on the highway, saying it was that date and time, I wouldn't put it past any of them, really.
I don't know. I could see this is. I mean, come on, because he's not a. He doesn't play checker, or he doesn't play chess. Okay.
I mean, that would be the Department of Transportation, wouldn't it?
I could see dude being like, "Hey, Billy, do me a favor, drive the truck so it creates my alibi."
Yeah.
Like, I can see him doing that. All
yeah,
right, so
that's more pliable. I see that.
Right. I could see him going, dude, guess what? It's a perfect idea. You take the truck, there's my alibi.
Yeah, that's
I'm
more
scot-free.
plausible.
Right? I can see him doing that.
Right on.
Let me see. What happened? Oh, you know what happened. And you'll soon know. I mean, all you have to do is look up Google Debbie, but I'm going to go ahead and delete that because I don't care to see that person's name in my chat. Nothing against you. It's just I don't care to even see that person's name in my chat, considering the sick things that... Never mind. That's a different topic. By the way, we'll probably be having members only episode 2 tomorrow, just saying.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Let me, let's get to this interview here. So this is the full segment from Banfield. Hold on. And I can't stand her voice. So I'm going to skip it. And we'll get into that 911 call some more tomorrow night. All right, let's see here. All right, here's the segment, and I'm going to skip some.
Happy Summer Monday.
No, thank you. See what I'm saying? Off-white, eggshell, beige. You see what I'm saying? Always. All right, let me flip this back on. I don't want anybody to think that they have to have mute on still.
I saw it coming for years. I told them for years this would happen over. And I said, if she gets off her medicine, suicide is the next thing. She tried it in the past, but with me, she always remained okay with me. She was on her meds with me. She was healthy and happy. And even if she did get low or stop taking her medicine, I would help her get back on it, and things would be fine without me and with her family. She's off meds, and she did suicide. Am I supposed to stay home and cry? Am I supposed to go out with my friends? Am I supposed to go to a bar and drink? I don't know what the right thing is. Right? As a pastor, should I just get him?
What pastor says, do I just go out to a bar and drink even?
Right.
That is like seriously. I'm down. I'm hard and on hard times. What even puts it in your mind? Do I go and drink at a bar?
Beige field.
Yeah, that's. It's. I don't understand it. At least I wear a different color hoodie or cutoff every day. I don't understand how somebody can.
Well, I have to say, for the record, my mom's
Yeah.
closet is entirely beige.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, she's a very beige person.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why? Because what? Because of her
We've asked her for
eyes, or
years,
what?
and there's really no logical
There's no
answer.
reason?
No.
Huh. I figured maybe it's because, beige looks good with your eyes. Oh, okay.
I think it's very snotty and snooty kind of looking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my mom's kind of snooty.
High class society.
Yeah, no.
I could see it now. High class society. Interesting. Beige. I mean, she is pretty. She don't think she's wrong. That's for sure. She can never make a mistake.
She was on her meds with me. She was healthy and happy. And even if she did get low or stop taking her medicine, I would help her get back on it, and things would be fine. Without me and with her family, she's off meds, and she committed suicide. Am I supposed to stay home and cry? Am I supposed to go out with my friends? Am I supposed to go to a bar and drink? I don't know what the right thing is. Right? As a pastor, should I just get on my knees and pray? I mean, I want to die in that moment. I can neither confirm nor deny that I've ever put on a Spider-Man costume.
That is so gross.
But you'll never see me in the same room with Spider-Man. I will say that. Oh, I've never done a legal drug my whole life.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Oh, crap. That was a lie. I'm sorry. That was a lie.
I'll be addressing that bit in a minute, like the whole that was a lie, because it wasn't the only one. Micah died by suicide just days after serving him with divorce papers, and there was a lengthy paper as it's her family. News Nation correspondent Rich McHugh reached out to that family, of course, for their response to all of this. And here's what Micah's sister, Anna Francis, and the family attorney, Regina Ward, had to say about all that.
I'd like to talk to Rich McHugh.
What was it like watching this interview? How did it make you feel?
We might just...
At one point, I burst down and started laughing. Like, just straight up started laughing. Because of just how ridiculous half of everything was. And just, we can prove basically everything he said wasn't true.
What part made you laugh?
Whenever you asked him if he had never, well, the first part that made me laugh was whenever you asked him, has he ever done any drugs? And he said, absolutely not. I would never. And then he goes, I just lied. And then said that he smoked or something, didn't. Sat in a car when he was 16, whatever. And we know that he had done recreation things as a 40-year-old man in his 40s, late 30s. We know that for a fact. So we can prove that he's done it more than once. And then saying he's done steroids just once, tried it once. That's also, we can prove that he's done that more than once as well. And I don't know. It was silly to me that everything he's saying, he's just giving kind of partial truth to.
Well, I think the biggest thing is if you go to the comments that were left, everyone was spot on. Everybody called him out, and it was easy, I think. You don't have to be a professional to detect a lie. And it was obvious, I think, that many things that came out of his mouth were falsehoods or recreations or exaggerations, partial truths with a little something added, partial truths with something missing.
Micah's family says that she once told her sister, quote, if I end up with a bullet in my head, it was JP. But in Rich McHugh's interview, JP, Pastor John Paul, emphatically denied that he ever abused Micah.
Have you ever abused your wife?
And I'm going to pause it real quick. I want to do some contribution call outs, and I want to say an extra special thank you to everybody tonight. Delia Ware and Kathy Autry, thank you both for becoming members. When it comes to these episodes, really, I make like $12 off of 4.5 hours because of all these keywords that YouTube likes to basically limit or give you no revenue at all when it comes to any kind of funding. So I want to say thank you so much, because covering this case and everything that is involved when it comes to the language and all of that sorts, it really does drop the episodes limited to none, which really gives me like $12 at the end of a whole night's worth of work. So I really do. It's stupid. I really do appreciate you guys showing all the support and the contributions. It really does mean a lot to me, because when it comes to Micah's case, they mean so much more than usual when it comes to the contribution and the support, because really, when I'm covering this case, it really is just the support that I get from the community that I'm able to keep going. So I really do appreciate it.
Never, not once in any way, shape, or form. I took better care of her than anybody could ever take care of her. I never asked her to clean the house, not once in 7 years of marriage. She never had to cook a single meal. She never had to work. She was never harmed physically in any way.
But here is what Micah's sister and her attorney say about that.
Well, him just using a simple, he almost wanted to be thanked that she was never forced to clean her house. And he uses those small little things that he might have done that most people would say, oh, I wish I could have a house cleaner or something like that. He uses that as almost like a token. I get to do what I want now today because I didn't make you clean the house today.
Regina, you were working with Micah before she died.
Yes.
What was she telling you? I mean, she called the police about abuse, but tell us what she, if you can, what she was telling you she was going through.
Yeah, I absolutely can. You know, lawyers usually have a duty of confidentiality even to the grave. But I have the permission to speak about those things through Sierra, who's the special administrator over the estate. So she has assumed the shoes of Micah and speaks for her. So she's given me permission to talk about most of those things. Some no. But basically, Micah was telling me a lot of horrendous things, things that shocked my conscience. And I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
I'm going to pause it right there, and you can tell, oh my gosh, with her response right there, you got to think, this is a prominent lawyer in South Carolina. This lawyer has probably heard and seen some crazy things. And when this lawyer gives the response that she did,
yeah,
where you can see she's trying to hold her composure there and remain professional. That tells you a lot right there. Right. That means the stuff that she was reading from Micah probably gave her some daydreams or some nightmares, one of the two, when it came to the stuff that she's going through. Because hell, I remember when we were reading Micah's list out, and there was one point I had to even shut my camera off because it's like, yo, I got to collect myself here. Because just imagining those things happening to any female,
right,
you know, is just, gosh, it just, you feel so bad and you can't even imagine. Mm-hmm. So just her response was very telling.
About abuse, but tell us what she, if you can, what she was telling you she was going through.
Yeah, I absolutely can. You know, lawyers usually have a duty of confidentiality even to the grave. But I have the permission to speak about those things through Sierra, who's the special administrator over the estate. So she has assumed the shoes of Micah and speaks for her. So she's given me permission to talk about most of those things. Some no. But basically, Micah was telling me a lot of horrendous things.
Oh my gosh.
Things that shocked my conscience. And I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
There you go.
Yep.
Abuse?
Yes.
What types of abuse?
Every kind that you can imagine, and even kinds that you can't imagine as a normal, rational human being. And to see this absolutely beautiful 20 in her 20, well, she just turned 30, but she lived all of her 20s with this man. And she had such a beautiful spirit and an aura about her that you immediately knew that you sensed that she had a good heart, was a good woman, and she wanted to just be the best Christian woman there ever was. And she was having such a hard time reconciling between what God's teachings say about forgiveness and to pray for our enemies and so forth, and her duty as a wife. She felt spiritually. She struggled with these things because on one point it's God says that as a wife I need to be supportive of my husband, I need to be obedient, and I'm trying to do that, and at the same time God is telling me that I need to forgive someone who's abusing me. So she had a difficult time reconciling, that where am I supposed to forgive my husband for abusing me, for doing these terrible things to me? And they're like in her video, these terrible, terrible, terrible things.
Because he used religion against her.
Right, spiritual abuse.
Right, she was so wanting to live the spiritual life that she was manipulated because of trying to always live the spiritual life, and he used it against her.
Right. Well, there's two ways. There's conviction and there's condemnation. Holy Ghost uses conviction, but evil people use condemnation, and that's what he used on her. Condemned her for not serving him according to his twisted version of the scripture.
Right. Yeah, you're not supposed to tell anybody about my sins. Right?
Yeah.
As a godly wife, a godly first lady, you're not supposed to tell anybody about the stuff that I put you through.
Right?
Not good.
One question in particular got a big reaction from Pastor John Paul, who again took aim at Micah's family.
Oh, this one.
Do you feel that you did anything that you would change?
This one.
Do you feel any part responsible?
God, that's a great question. Man, that's such a good question.
Waffling.
Wow, what a good question. Can I have a second to think about it?
No.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that's such a good question. What would I do differently? Oh man. I know what I do. I know what I do.
No.
I would not involve her family when she's having mental episodes and is schizophrenic and is off her meds. I would never have texted them.
Oh.
I know.
With that statement, this is why with that statement, it's like I just have all of these people that have said disrespectful things to other people in my life and the things that I've done to them. It's all combined in one. It just takes, because I'd be that kid in school where somebody would call a girl a name or something, and I didn't know either one, but my ass was right up in that shit, getting in his face, turning the tables on him. I don't appreciate people being that kind of human being, and I'm the type of person where if it takes me to show you how to treat a human being the right way, I'll be that person. And this right here, man, the whole response of just how he acts about it is so disrespectful, man.
That you would change? Do you feel any part responsible?
God, that's a great question. Man, that's such a good question. Wow, what a good question. Can I have a second to think about it?
Sure.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that's such a good question. What would I do differently? Oh man. I know what I do. I would not involve her family when she's having mental episodes and is schizophrenic and is off her meds. I would never have texted them.
Naturally, Rich McHugh also addressed that moment with Micah's sister and her attorney.
Yeah.
If I'm condensing what I believe is his central defense, he relies heavily on saying she was on lithium, and when she was on her meds, she was good, and when she was off her meds, she was not good, and her family wanted her off her meds, and therefore I was the only person that was trying to really save her life. He ultimately lays blame on your family for this. What do you would want to say to that?
I would say that we wanted what Micah wanted. She wanted to run a charity and she wanted to go to Africa and do all that. And I said, wow, amazing. Good for you. Like, that's awesome. I'm not as good as person as you, basically. Like, you have great aspirations for your life, everything you do. And if she said, I want to divorce John Paul or I want to get back together, we would just support her, anything she said. So, and again, on like the medicine, I think that's just his only way to kind of control the narrative, is to talk about how mentally ill she was whenever she wasn't mentally ill her whole life. She only had any kind of signs, in his opinion, of being mentally ill since the day they got married.
That's right.
And 3 to 4 months after they got married is when she was first hospitalized.
Wow.
And then it just kept happening, and we were starting to see a pattern. And even through that pattern, I sometimes would speak up, and to the point where John Paul actually served me with a cease and desist letter a few years ago. And also he put a stipulation on me and Micah's relationship and said, you have to write an apology letter to me to be able to talk to your sister. Whoa. So if anyone was controlling whether Micah was speaking to her family, it was John Paul. Yeah. And I did not do what he said. I did not write an apology letter because I was putting my beliefs out there. I was stating the truth, and what John Paul can't handle is the truth and what was happening in that situation. So I wasn't allowed to speak to my sister per John Paul for over a year. And then when she went to go leave him, I was able to have a relationship with my sister again.
What is your family?
Wow. And this is what I didn't realize. I didn't realize, because I remember when I talked to the family and they said, because I asked them, did she have, because I didn't know this at the time, this was a while ago. I asked them, did she have any mental issues or mental health problems prior to her marriage? And they said she didn't have any signs of any mental issues or struggles until the day, and they said this, until the day she married JP.
Yeah.
4 months. They were only married. I didn't realize this. Only married for 4 months before she was first hospitalized. And then it just kept happening and happening and happening.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, if I can just ask one question.
Yeah.
Somebody had said he did a sermon. Did you say October 31st, 2021 about medicine? Do you know the name of that? Because I'd love to check it out and touch on that. I don't remember who said it.
June Skinner.
Who was it?
June Skinner.
June Skinner?
Watch the sermon he preached about medicine.
Oh, do you know the name of that? June is her name? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to know the name of that.
With the specific medication that he listed?
I
know he did a
she said
video.
He did a sermon on it, and I would love to rip that apart. I'm assuming that's 3 years ago, so I'm actually there.
Skinner.
But I can't figure out. Okay, here, this is Christmas. So it's got to be before here. The purpose test. Test, trials, and tribulation. Peace in the storm. Parental curses. Huh. Wonder if that's it.
June 30th.
I will get the name for you. Thank you so much, June. When was it?
Thank you, June. Are you related to Chris, June?
Oh, here's a date.
If you are, please reach out to me, evilcj@gmail.com. Actually, there's some things I'm getting ready to do some work on. And if you are related, I'd love to talk to you about those.
Oh boy. Wow. It's really bad, I'm sure.
What's that?
Somebody
Yes,
had
sir?
said, no, that Regina had indicated she's seen some really bad things.
Oh, yeah, you can see in her expression there when she kind of looked up and off to the side and she was almost like she was trying to find the right words because she didn't want to slip up and say something. But definitely from her description, you could tell. That's what I was saying. Like, she already had to hear and see and think about bad stuff, and for her to have the reaction that she did when he asked her that question, when it came to what Micah told her, the different kinds, and then the fact that she even said abuse that a normal human mind wouldn't even be able to comprehend. That's a lot.
I believe it.
That's saying there's some wild stuff going on. And it's bad when the family writes the Micah's Law papers and you see that they're saying that they're not even going to mention some of the abusive things that took place because they wanted to be respectful of the victim, Micah. So they, when they're, they want to tell you how bad it was, but they can't really express to you how bad it was until all of the court proceedings take place. And even if they want it out or don't, which they probably don't, to be honest with you, we'll probably never know, which shouldn't matter what exactly took place or not, because we already know a lot of the abuse and everything that took place.
Right. Oh, I found it, June. Thank you so much.
Good night, Jay. I'm not sure what the issue is with you, dude. One of my mods, when it comes to, I'll go ahead and fill you in, Jay. When it comes to people dropping information in the chat, the reason that we are so respectful, and when it comes to being about the truth, this is why I have thank you angels, and I'll go ahead and display this so everybody can see this. So when it comes to thank you angels, the angels make sure that we maintain the atmosphere while seeking and sending the truth for all. Now, not to say that anything that you're dropping in chat isn't the truth, but when people claim certain things and are putting out certain information, there has to, no, I'm not saying you weren't respectful. What I'm saying is when it comes to the information, there's a lot of people that will come in chat and say this and say this and say that, and then a lot of people take it as truth. And we're the type of community, and this is why I put it's about seeking and sending the truth for all of us, because when it comes to certain information that's being put in chat, we need to make sure that things are verified. Okay, there's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of theories, thoughts, and opinions. But when it comes to certain information, we have to make sure that some of it, when it comes to the specifics of it, if it's, keywords and all these different things, we have to make sure that misinformation isn't being put out there. You're more than welcome to send it to me. Let me see. I didn't get any messages from you after the show, so I didn't get any information to back up what you were saying. So if you want to, you can go ahead and send it to me, and then we can go through it. You know what I'm saying? We'll have you on the show here in the future. But if there is any information, go ahead and send it to me. I haven't got anything from you yet, so that's all it is. It's about making sure, because there's a lot of people out there. It's just like somebody can come into chat and say CJ's an asshole and he treats everybody like shit, and he likes pickles on the bottom of his burger, and I don't even like pickles on my burger. So it can be one of those things where then somebody's going to another chat. Did you hear CJ likes pickles on the bottom of his burger? And then all of a sudden I got to sit there and be like, people, I don't even like pickles. So that's where it was all coming from. No reason to get upset. My mods do a beautiful job. I don't think any of the mods have any, I don't even know where any of those assumptions came from. The mods are always there to make sure the community is about peaceful, positive, and progressive, atmospheric, attitudes and vibes. And then it's always about making sure that there isn't any kind of information getting out there that hasn't been vetted. That's all. I want to say contribution call out to Debbie. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And let me throw that screen up there for you too. I ain't got no flashy sounds and all that stuff, but we do have that little screen for you. I just like to, I could go out and get a couple $100 soundboard, but I'd rather just spend it on a trip to go help a victim. So
Yeah, right.
That's why I don't have any of that flashy stuff, but I did make a screen cover for us. Thank you. All right, we'll get back to this interview here. Let me skip back just a little bit because I think I cut off some of his question.
Over a year. And then when she went to go leave him, I was able to have a relationship with my sister again.
What does your family want to say about this and their general response to his interview?
So glad you asked that question. Our family wants to have Micah remembered as the amazing person she was throughout all of this. We wouldn't shine any negative light on her, what she did, anything that would control her whole life. We would never even want to speak negatively about John Paul either, because that's not what Christians do either. We let, God can take control of this situation. Then we let the law enforcement do what they need to do to protect Micah. The family has a lot of awesome plans for us to pick up where Micah left off in her charity work and everything. Mm-hmm. We want to continue to be that light towards the world that Micah was. And we don't want her absence to leave a hole or anything. We want to all fill that hole. And that's why we believe so much that Regina is a good person to help us do that, because then Micah's law can be introduced and more people can be helped. As much as John Paul thinks he's one of a kind person, there's tons of men like him, and there's tons of females like him that want to do the same thing to others that he did to Micah. And that's why this Micah's law is so important.
It's true. I was that guy that was 19, 20 years old, had a baby, and all of a sudden mom wants to take advantage of a guy that doesn't hit females even when he gets hit by a female. I dealt with somebody that was narcissistic and played games and all of this stuff. The manipulations and twisting of events and situations and laws and all sorts of things. It's not just something that happens to females. It happens to guys too.
Right.
It really does.
You know what? I wanted to say something to somebody in the chat. I would pay big money to see JP interviewed by Nancy Grace. Big money. Big money. I would love to see that. She would tear him apart.
Do you think? I don't
He'd
think
flip
he
his
knows who Nancy. I don't think he knows who Nancy Grace is. Honestly, you think? Dude, that would. Oh my gosh, you want to talk about a train wreck?
That would be beautiful.
That would be a train wreck.
Time for the popcorn.
You'd probably say you got a call from England.
Yeah, he'd say he's got a call from England and he'd bow out.
Oh man,
I love it. Love it.
I'll have to remember that when I see him. What's with England, bro? Tell me. What's with England, bro? Like, tell me. Like, come on, man. Like, what is it? I gotta know. Is it a?
I'm gonna reach out to Nancy right now. I'm gonna reach out to her.
I don't think she would have to pay him. I think that's the only reason why he's doing them is because they're paying him.
Unless she's in a really bad mood and she's willing to take it out on him.
Oh, Michael, you know she would. Did you? If anybody watches the Sebastian Rogers case when she had Katie and Chris Proudfoot on, did you like that? Listen, if you guys haven't seen Nancy Grace interrogate somebody, the best you've ever seen somebody interrogate somebody.
Yeah, she's a prosecutor.
I'm telling you, like, what? Look up Nancy Grace, Chris, and Katie Proudfoot interview. And I'm telling you, I almost felt like she was overly interrogative in that one because it was like boom, 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 boom for 45 minutes. It was nuts. She's as bad. Wouldn't shut up. Yeah, I mean, she does interrupt her. You know, she does interrupt her her guest on panel halfway through and stuff like that. But I tell you, when she's asking questions, oh my gosh, it's fire. It's fire. Maybe one time, because we'll be having a Sebastian show coming up here in a couple weeks. We'll rewatch that again with you guys in the community, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it would be amazing.
She is the quintessential prosecutor. She knows exactly how to corner somebody.
Yeah.
So, and when you saw JP crying like that with News Nation, he'd be pooping his pants with Nancy.
Yeah, she's like that. She's like the little puffy puppy that barks all the time. You know, the ones that you carry in your arms walking through the airport.
Or in the purse.
Yeah, they're all puffy and they got the nice poofy hair and they all look pretty and they're just
I love it.
You know, just going nuts. That's what she's like. What are those dogs anyway? Anybody know?
Oh,
them little poofy things that
no,
you know they
Chihuahuas
carry
aren't
in their
poofy.
shoulder. Somebody's gotta know. Somebody in chat, let me. Yeah,
yapper? Somebody said it's a yapper.
Yeah, basically. Basically. All right, we'll get back to this. That would be epic, though. That
Yeah,
I don't know
it
if it would happen. I don't know if it would happen. The only way it would happen is if he didn't know who she was. That's Pomeranian. Is that what
Pomeranian?
It is? Okay.
He was like, oh, sure, I'll have an interview.
Can they interview him before he's in?
Well, I reached out to her in the beginning of this case, and like the next day, she did do a show or two on it, and then I guess she went on to other cases. But I just sent her another message and said, "Oh, please, please," and maybe she will now that she sees these other mainstreams.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe she'll.
Well, I mean, she's done a show on it. She's already done an episode on it.
Yeah.
You know, a while back.
Yeah.
And the way that she talked, it was like she didn't, you know, she was pretty. It was pretty obvious. Like she thinks there's something up, you know. So I'm sure she would go after him in a special way. But she already has that feeling. Playing his games. Oh, he wouldn't be able to. Because this is a difference. Like if it was Nancy Grace, I guarantee you she would have been like, "Why are you laughing, JP?" were just talking about your wife. You were just crying to me before the interview started, JP. Why you? That's what Nancy would do. The News Nation, he didn't let him off the hook too much. I don't know. There's some people out there saying, I can't believe they let JP off the hook. And I'm sitting there going, I think the interviewer did a great job because he let JP hang himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
He really did.
But it would be fun to watch somebody yell at him. So just saying.
Oh, yeah. You know, Nancy, she'd be like, why are you laughing? You were just crying, JP. And then hear him. What's your answer then, JP? What are you going to say then? Oh, I guarantee, I'm going to say this right now. If he ever goes on an interview with Nancy Grace, I bet you see him take the microphone off of his shirt and walk out.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going to be the one interview on Nancy Grace where the dude takes his microphone off his shirt and walks out. And she'll show it. She would nail him, though. She would nail him to the wall. Absolutely.
Oh,
it wouldn't take long either. It wouldn't take long. That's what I'm saying. It'd be like a 4-minute and 28-second interview, and then he's taking his microphone off and walking out.
I wonder if he ever got that kind of an offer from Nancy Grace, if he would have sent his attorney in.
Oh, you think his attorney would?
Oh, he's not that dumb. I mean, he's dumb, but he's not that dumb. I can't imagine. JP approved questions. I don't see Nancy Grace allowing any approved questions by JP. Yeah.
I don't know if they were JP approved questions, because it almost, to me, when he starts bawling like that, to me, in my mind, it made me feel like he thought it was going to be a scapegoat interview until they showed up. And then they started talking before the show. Yeah. And I think that he asked them for a list of questions before it started. And I think he was, you see how like sporadic he is and how he keeps looking for answers. I feel like he went into his office and, like he got the list of questions from him when they got there. And he's like, that's a good question. That's a good question. And then goes back to his office and is like, oh my gosh. And then gets the piece of paper out that has his whole story. And he's like trying to force himself and he can't because his mind's racing. So he can't force himself to remember the paragraphs. And he goes out there pretending to act like, oh, these are good questions. But right when they're about to start all right, JP, you ready to go? And I think that's when he started busting out crying, because I think his nerves and his mind was like, shit, I'm going to get found out. And I think he was trying to also cry to bring down the awareness of the person interviewing and hoping that they wouldn't probe him as much because he's already crying so much. Maybe I shouldn't ask him that tough question because he's already hurt. And I think it was kind of like a two thing where he was trying to, like he does with the congregation, lower your awareness because of the emotion. Kind of like some of these other content creators. Let's add church music. So it adds emotion, so it brings down your awareness.
Yeah. You notice that he talks like captain of the Starship Enterprise. What's his name? Captain Kirk. I don't know, something about
Really? I never watched Star Trek.
Well, he
kind
of talks like this. And
oh yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He does.
Sorry, I had to throw that in. Oh my goodness. We gotta laugh.
Robbie Spock. All right. Here we go.
Love that.
Episode 2 coming soon.
I'm joined now by News Nation investigative correspondent Rich McHugh,
There's
who
the
conducted
Ferris wheel.
both the interviews with Pastor John Paul Miller and with Micah Miller's family. Rich, great job. Especially on like walking the tightrope, because a lot of this you've got to discuss mental health and it's very sensitive. But I want to just right off the top get your sense about Micah Miller's family. I mean, they're in mourning. They've lost her. She took her own life, and it's been just sort of a devastating series of weeks for them. But they seem very, very laser focused on a mission. Is that the sense that you got from them, that they have a plan?
100%, actually. They have not changed since I've met them, which is since this happened. They are laser focused. They are united. They talk daily as a family. Everything goes through a decision process. They're united front, and they extend that, I believe, to Regina, their attorney. They want to get justice for their sister. They want her story to get out. They're doing this to help other people so this doesn't happen to other people. But they also just want the truth out. They don't want this kind of hanging over them and her sister's legacy.
So I want to ask you about a couple of things, because you've done two very big interviews in a short period of time in which there was a lot of other breaking news. So forgive me if the audience is sort of catching up on some of this. But when you did the interview and we aired it on Friday with J.P. Miller, Pastor Miller, I mean, for those who didn't see it, the best way to characterize it is just bizarro. I mean, he seemed to cry at the drop of a hat, and crying seemed to be a central theme of the interview. Do I have that right?
1,000%, actually. I've done over 2,000 interviews in my career, and this was easily the craziest interview I've ever been a part of. The energy was it was like being on a roller coaster. I didn't know where we were going. Like, I would ask him a simple question, and all of a sudden it would elicit a response like we just saw. Several times he admitted, like, I asked him a question about, okay, you admitted, in a letter to Micah, you admitted that you'd hired a private eye, and you apologized for slashing her tires, and et cetera, et cetera. And I said, why did you stop the private eye? Why did you stop? Why didn't you know where she was the day that she died? He said, I stopped because I ran out of money. And so we moved on. And after the interview, he texted me. He said, I'm sorry, I lied. I'm so sorry. That was not the real reason. So this was like an all-day thing. And it was all over the map.
Wait, CJ, can you stop right there?
Yeah. He texted him after the interview and apologized for lying.
Yeah, and you know what? Do you remember, guys, when he said to Charlotte, I thought she was on her way to your house. So either PI or a tracker. Which one? Because he was tracking her, obviously, to make that comment. Remember that?
Right.
God,
it's all over the place. It's all over the place. And that's the thing. This interview was the straw that broke the camel's back, because when you have the two people that were highlighting the interview just a couple nights ago, and they're both going, this is the craziest. That's not a good look. Because there's been a lot of crazy interviews on both of these people's platforms or whatever, and for this to be the craziest one. PI tracker, that's what
PI
it is.
and tracker, absolutely. I don't know if you saw the video I did this morning, but I had said you could wallpaper the walls with all the evidence that everybody's got.
Wow.
I think about it. I mean, we're talking about almost 3 months. 3 months of dirt that's been dug up on him.
Right.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 3 months.
Can you oh man, this is crazy. This guy, I was wanting to ask, because I was like, man, that's got to be the craziest interview you've ever had. Like, and it's funny, he said it was like being on a roller coaster, because that's kind of how I was. Like, man, if I was having that, I'd be like, what the hell? Like, we're going up and down and over here and around. You go, if me and Spider-Man, I'll tell you that, me and Spider-Man ain't never gonna be in the same room. Like, just crazy.
His nose, I was just trying to hang on and make sure I got through my questions so that we got through the whole interview, and we did. We went for over 2 hours. So
wow,
we got it all.
Yeah.
Well, it was a great interview. I think I was taken aback when right off the top he burst into tears almost before you even asked a question. And actually, I want to play a moment from your most recent interview with Micah Miller's family. And they reacted to all the crying. So let me roll that, and I'm going to ask you about it in a moment. Let's take a look.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
When he started crying, did that feel like that was authentic to you?
As someone who attended Solid Rock for many years, he cried on stage almost every other Sunday. And I would invite friends to come with me because, I believe everyone should hear the word. And my friends would call it out and say, that was the fakest cry I've ever seen. And at first I was almost going to defend John Paul. And then whenever I started seeing it over and over again, and people started pointing out all of his fake cries, then I just became numb to it. And then, obviously stopped going to the church, but he's just kind of known for doing that.
So, Rich, ultimately, is Micah's family happy that he did do this interview with you? And when I say that, obviously I'm angling here. Do they think they got something out of it, something that they actually might be able to use against him?
They have to be.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they do. I've heard from several of the family members. They thanked me and News Nation for doing this in an extensive way. They said this will help us. I asked Regina, what comes of this? What did you see? She said, I plan to introduce this in court. There's a lot of ammunition. We were just provided. We understand this, in her words, the web of lies that he's going to use to try and defend himself in court. So yes, undoubtedly, they want him to keep speaking. They were surprised that his attorney let him do this interview in the first.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Surprised his attorney let him do it.
And that's why I love rebuttaling everything he says. I love it.
I bet you, and shout out to the family. I bet you the family was able to slip in some questions to News Nation. For that purpose.
Sure, yeah. 2 hours worth, they did.
Yeah, because they're gonna. You can turn the light on. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, he went from crying his eyes out to, that's a great question. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo. Captain Cuckoo.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost track. I want to.
Sorry.
No, I want to do some contribution call outs here real quick. 1 second. I want to say contribution call out to Maria B. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Also, I want to contribution call out Teresa for the $20. Which one is this? I don't know if it's Venmo, either Venmo or Cash App. Thank you for all you do. Love your boundaries. When you have been through stuff, you can quickly smell a hot dog steak. Thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that. Also, Jennifer P. also sent a $5 Cash App. And thank you so much for the contributions. It means everything, and it allows me to be able to be here for the community and the families and the victims. I appreciate it very much. Let me see here. So this was interesting. Over 2 hours. Yeah. Over 2 hours. The interview was only about 45 minutes or so, maybe 48. So they cut out more than they aired.
I'd love to know what that cut out edited stuff was filled with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Also, the family's going to use this in court. So when he says, why did you choose to do this interview? And he responds with, well, my lawyer suggested that I do it and that it could help win my defamation. Obviously, there's no way this would help you win a defamation, because if you're trying to sue somebody for defamation, it's their words, not yours.
That's right. And it has to be false.
Right.
It has to be something slanderous to make it up, not stuff that he's handed us himself through his own mouth, through his own words, you know, which it's been the whole time.
And so when we heard, I mean, hell, when everybody heard, they thought I was joking when I first started telling everybody that his lawyer advised him. This guy, I mean, it was obvious to us. It was like, what lawyer would advise? I think you said he got his degree, must have got his degree at a Kmart.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the real reason then? Because obviously it's not the lawyer. It couldn't be the lawyer. Even this guy says right here, I'm surprised his lawyer would even advise that.
Yeah.
So what could be the reason? Just that he's trying to push a narrative that's not going very well?
You notice that Regina Ward comes out and speaks for the family, and yet we've not heard from one lawyer on his side. It's almost as if, we know one is being investigated, so forget him. So I wonder if the rest of them have just said, you know what, I can't do this.
They have to.
I can't see them giving up.
This is their career.
Their reputation, and the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, I just can't see that happening.
Right. That's why I feel like if he really did okay it, he's throwing him to the wolves. And maybe he did. Maybe he said, JP, do whatever you want.
Right.
Because I can imagine his current lawyer, not going to name him by name.
Yeah.
I can imagine his current lawyer, after all the TikTok videos and the interviews with the local papers and all this other stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if his lawyer just was like, said to himself, I can sit here and tell this man over and over and over not to say nothing, and the dude just goes out and talks and then constantly sends me apologies for lying to him because he told me he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like he did with this guy. Sends him apologies and tells him that he was lying after an interview.
He's slipping out. He's slipping out big time. He's wearing a Spider-Man costume. Yeah.
You know what, though? I'm going to be honest with you. When we've kind of hinted at a problem that is possible just based off of body movements. I'm going to tell you right now, when people have that kind of problem and it gets to this is how they act, people. They can't keep their thoughts straight. It's constant, I'm trying to lie here to cover up this one, to make sure this. They can't keep it straight. They can't, their body movements. And they sit there and they make decisions that aren't even logical. Because their mind is so gone. And it's like we're seeing all the signs of it. He can't even, he should know more than anybody that he shouldn't have went on this interview.
Oh yeah, no, he likes the attention. He wants at least one person to turn on his side. He really is trying his best to get even one person to fight on his side. Isn't that crazy?
But what he's doing is everybody's backing away because they're like, yo, this is a dumpster fire and my clothes are made out of lighter fluid. I ain't even trying to get close to it. Because they know. He claims he's providing logic. I don't know, bro. We should have had that campfire talk before all this, but I'm glad that it happened because, look, the family gets to use it in court. That is going to be interesting. Well, you said this, JP. Why are you saying this now? And then they're going to show the proof. He's going to get tore up.
You know, somebody had said that they thought he was going to actually represent himself in court.
Maybe.
And I could see him being that much of an arrogant schmuck that he would do that. I can see it.
Well, I know it's getting late. You want to hop off? It's all good. I'm gonna be talking more about this tomorrow.
Okay.
I know it's getting late for you. It's late for me, but I'm gonna stay up a little bit longer.
Okay.
This evening. But if you're not busy tomorrow, just let me know. I'm sure we'll be going more into it, and I kind of want to go through more of that 911 stuff again tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna have more information tomorrow and some more things that we can kind of dig into with it as well, because I really feel like his alibi is blown after that 911 call.
Well, Morgan, I think, sent you an email showing some sort of proof that it was the claim in the beginning that he went to Charleston on the 26th to 27th. So I would love to see what she sent you.
Let me see. Here it is right here. Thank you, Morgan.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's see. It's loading here. Christy, Cody, contribution. Caddy, hold on. Contribution Cal out. Gifted membership. And let me see who the lucky one was. Oh, is YouTube not going to tell me? Oh, wait. My chat's froze. I have to. You guys, yeah, my chat's froze. Do me a favor. If your guys' chat's freezing or you're having any kind of issues, close out, back out, come back in. I just had to do it myself because it wasn't even going to show me. Is it going to show me now? Yes, Sunset Gazing was gifted the membership. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I love the gifted memberships because it's two gifts in one. Not only it's a way to support the show, but also you're supporting another community member that didn't have an opportunity to have a membership. So I love the gifted memberships because it's like two supports in one. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, there you go. Robeson County.
Let me see here. So this states where
wow, where'd this come from? It looks like it's
the official PDF. I guess I already have it because I was going to go save it, and I already have it saved as a saved page. Let's see here. Something to do with JP's. Was it?
Oh, there
something
you go. There you go. Right there. April 26th to the 27th.
All right. Here, let me flip this around too. Okay, so it says the investigation. So JP Miller's location, April 26th to the 27th. The investigation revealed on Friday, April 26th, John Paul Miller traveled to Charleston, South Carolina for a sporting event. This information was substantiated by eyewitnesses. License plate readers identified his truck traveling towards South Carolina. Eyewitness statements obtained by detectives confirmed John Paul Miller stayed overnight. License plate reader returning to Myrtle Beach at 2:22. His alibi is blown.
Totally blown.
His alibi is blown.
Wow.
The 911 call blew his alibi up.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my. CJ, is there any way you can send that to me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to rip him apart. In a nice way.
Here, I'll put it in the... whoops. Don't click that one, because I accidentally... Click that one.
Okay.
And then if you want me to send it to you in email or text, let me know and I can do that.
Yeah, if you can email it to me, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Let me let me do that right now before I
Thank you so much.
lose track. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He should be freaking right now. He couldn't keep up with his own lies.
All right, there's the email.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that alibi is blown.
Big time.
Oh, Bo Rivers. Hold on one second. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Bo Rivers. Let me put the contribution call out screen up there. Super sticker. Let me scroll up and see if it shows me. Oh, it doesn't show me. I apologize. Bo, let me know what the super sticker was. I love trying to check them out. I appreciate the contribution and thank you so much for the support. Thanks for the reminder, TJ. Appreciate that. I'm not able to see. I don't have my normal studio.
Mythical, I'll make sure that they look into it. I'll put it together all in one little package for them with a bow on it.
Yeah, that alibi is blown.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
Yeah, you were right. You said that. He stayed the night. He stayed the night in Charleston, is what it says.
Right.
Eyewitness statements obtained by detectives confirmed John Paul Miller stayed overnight in Charleston, South Carolina area and wasn't captured coming back into Myrtle Beach until 2:22 p.m.
You know, and I hate putting a tinfoil hat on my head, but I mean, now it kind of, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers that people were zooming in on Micah's car and they kept saying somebody's sitting behind her, somebody's sitting behind her. And somebody even did like a outline and you got these Spock ears sitting there, you know. I mean, now I wouldn't be surprised because maybe he did have the son drive the truck.
We're saying it's blown. I think so. I think that's what took place. I think he said, go drive this truck. So my truck is being caught by these traffic cams. And the reason that it's blown, Steph, is because the 911 caller said that JP Saturday morning almost hit them because he pulled in real quick and pulled out real quick.
Yeah.
And said it was JP. If JP is, so this is why it's blown. If JP was staying overnight in Charleston, South Carolina on Friday and wasn't seen coming back until 2:22 in the afternoon, then how in the hell could JP could have been there Saturday morning, according to the 911 caller, and almost hit him?
And I would think the neighbor would recall that because of almost getting hit.
Look at the times and dates.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the times and dates carefully. April 26th. April 26th, license plate readers identified John Paul Miller's truck traveling towards South Carolina.
There you
Charleston. That's the day before. That's the Friday.
Yeah.
Eyewitness statement said that he stayed overnight. License plate reader identified John Paul Miller returning to Myrtle Beach. Truck was last captured by license plate reader on Highway 17 bypass in Horror County in South Carolina at 2:22 p.m. on Saturday, April 27th. While traveling to and from Charleston, South Carolina, John Paul Miller was accompanied by other individuals. So if the 911 caller is saying that on Saturday, which would have been April 27th, because the call came in on 5/1. If he's saying Saturday was the 27th, how in the heck can JP, according to the 911 caller, be at his house and almost hit them?
Yeah. Yeah. It'll absolutely create reasonable doubt. And not only that, now it actually not only puts in question JP's alibi, but Robeson County's investigation.
Yeah. And who's the witnesses? I mean, there could an officer can come here and say, "Hey, so and so reported that you're saying the sun's a different color." Yeah, it's blue. Okay. He said the sun's blue, guys. The eyewitness statement is that he said, yes, the sun was blue. That's the eyewitness statement. And if you're not trying to the detectives went there, but what she's saying, listen, when I went to Robeson County, I had locals shoving it in my face about how they're telling me, look, you ain't even from here. You shouldn't even be here. Like, these people were sitting there telling me over and over and over, man, you don't know where you're at. You don't know where you're at. You're in Robeson County, murder capital of the world.
Yeah.
They all were boasting about it too.
Mm-hmm.
You can get away with anything here. Sitting there making jokes and stuff, saying, you want to hear something
ironic? If you go back a year in JLR's videos, way before this happened.
Yeah, he has a video about it, about how dangerous it is.
That's how bad it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're sitting there. They were like, yeah, because there's like a group of 6, 7 of them, and and I'm standing on the observation deck when I'm talking, because we started from the parking lot, and they were getting all their fishing poles and stuff, and so I was talking to them, and I was telling, what are you doing here? Because they obviously knew I wasn't from there. What are you doing here? I said, I'm a YouTuber. I'm here covering the Micah Miller case. I'm getting footage. I'm coming to the location because none of it makes sense. Oh yeah, is that girl that they found? Yeah, that's that girl. I don't think it was all legit. I think it's a bunch of crap. Oh, you're in Robeson County, man. You don't know where you're at? I was like, yeah, I know where I'm at. You're in Robeson County, man. You can get away with anything here. I was like, okay. So as we're talking, and as they're getting their fishing poles, I'm thinking it was just going to be a couple-minute conversation, because it was like they didn't even want me there. All right. But as we're starting to talk, and I'm kind of talking to them about the case, because they were kind of like, I don't know, it was weird. It was like a surrounding, in a way, the group, and I was just kind of like, all right, what's going on here? And so then I start talking about, then I was like, well, what do you guys know about the case? Started asking them questions. Then they were asking me questions about the case. Then I start explaining the case to them. So we're now all walking together as a group, walking the path to go to the observation deck, because I'm like, look, guys, I want to explain this to you, since you guys are local. You're telling me all this shady stuff goes down and they don't investigate nothing. Let me take you to the observation deck. I want to show you where, the direction of where she was at. I want to tell you the events that took place. So we go to the observation deck, me and like 6 or 7 other people. And that observation deck is small. If anybody's been there, I even have footage of it that, in my video section. It's a very small deck. It's not very big at all. So there's 6, 7 people surrounding me in a way, but I kind of have a certain section, because I'm making sure, as I'm talking to these people, I'm positioning myself in different positions to where if I need to slip, I'm slipping. I'm not stupid, right?
Right.
So I'm putting myself in a certain position as I'm telling them this stuff. And they're telling me about the county and how nothing gets investigated. I'm telling them about Micah's situation. As soon as I start talking about this and that and how she was found and where the bullets were at and where the gun was at, they're like, I don't know how many times they cut me off and said, no, somebody did something to her. This is Robeson County. You don't know where you're at, man. You can get away with whatever. This is Robeson County, over and over and over. To the fact that they're sitting there telling me, You know, they were like, look, you ain't from here. They said we could make you run out of this park, and your shoe soles will be burned off your feet, left behind, and ain't nobody gonna know nothing about nothing. And that's when I lifted up my shirt and I said, I'm good, bro. Like that. I said, I'm good, bro. Like, we ain't, you know, you can't sit, you're not gonna talk to me like this and act like, you know, we're good, dude. I'm not afraid of shit. And he was like, you know, because he had mentioned that he had a weapon, you know. So that's when I lifted up mine, and I'm like, I'm good. So he wanted to compare ammo, and that's when I said, it doesn't matter what kind of ammo we have in our weapons, it's who pulls the trigger first.
Right, right.
And then things kind of calmed down a little bit. You know, they weren't so aggressive and stuff, but they understood I'm not going to deal with the bullshit, but and also you're not going to run me off. But I understood where I was at. So when it comes to the locals that are sitting there basically shoving it in my face, it was like they were proud of it.
Yeah.
That their county didn't investigate nothing. You could literally do whatever, and they said ain't nobody gonna investigate it. So when it comes to these witness statements of JP being there, you have to take those with a grain of salt, because if you got locals telling you that ain't nothing being investigated, that's how it goes around here, you shouldn't even be here because you're not even from here. Because they're like, we don't know what's going to happen to you once you go back. They're like, we think you're cool. We think you're cool. We can't, hey, buddy, we can't tell you what's going to happen when you get back to your car. We can't tell you. That right there. So when I'm sitting there and I'm going, dang, Micah wasn't from here.
Right.
People know in this area, if those people know, if JLR knows and goes to do a show about it, people know. And if people know that, think about it. Maybe it was the perfect place to lure Micah to, because they already knew that nothing gets investigated anyway.
Right.
When you have park rangers coming up to the family, handing them evidence, bullet casings. You had park rangers handing bullet casings to the family. What kind of investigative work is that?
I know.
I didn't know park rangers were able to process crime scenes.
No, right? Oh my God. It's staged, CJ.
Or collect evidence.
Yeah, it's staged. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And I haven't even touched on what's the term? I'm so tired I can't think of it. But when somebody passes away, their blood settles. And hers settled in her back.
Whatever. Yeah.
But she was forward in the water. I haven't even hit that yet. I'm still hitting on all the other lies. And this one is important. This one's important to hit because and then eventually it has to be told to the proper authorities. Thank you, Leviticity. Thank you. Right. And so hers was in the back. That means that she had been laying on her back. But that's not how, the blood pools.
Yeah.
But she was found forward. What do they call that? Is that supine? Supine? Yeah, forward into the water. So it doesn't match. It's staged. I can bet my bottom dollar.
It has to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you look up the statistics, I had the statistics up in a previous show. When you look at the statistics of unalivings in Robeson County, 60, I think it was 67% is self-unalive. 37% is with a firearm. You know, crimes with the firearm where people pass. And the other ones are like 1% and 2%.
Well,
like 67% is self-unalive.
Liver mortis. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Thank you. And it's right there on the death certificate. It's right there.
I think it's probably a
Prone
thing.
is face down. Thank you. Thank you. Prone.
I think it's a thing where it's where the self unalive setup is practiced up there. Because how could 67% be self unalive?
Right. That's crazy.
I wonder how many families in Robeson County have loved ones that passed away with suspicious circumstances that were labeled as self unalive. Honestly.
Well, it's funny that you said that because Veronica Adams on YouTube is actually doing a breakdown of every one of these cases. And all of the times that the cops have been arrested and indicted, and yeah. Well, you know what? The 3-letter agencies are looking at Robeson County now.
Especially, they better be after this 911 call.
Yeah, well, they're already there, but I think
they have to be. Yeah.
I mean, if they don't know already, I would assume that they do.
Oh, they have to.
It would. Like if they already know it, let's put it this way: if they already know it and we give it to them again, it puts pressure on them.
Yeah.
And they need to have pressure put on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's important. So.
Yeah, this alibi is gone.
Okay, my beauties, I've got to go to bed.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry.
You're a trooper.
You guys all
stayed
night.
up with us last night. You stayed up tonight. I appreciate you.
I love it. Just getting to the bottom line.
Oh yeah, investigate.
But I'll definitely have something out in the morning about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go check it out, everybody. By the way, here's her channel link. If you're not subscribed, I think you all are, but if not, definitely hit that button.
Good night,
Come on
guys.
back. Go sub real quick. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, man.
Okay, hon. Take care. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, this alibi is blown. Let me bring up that 911 call again. Let me bring up that 911 call again. This is crazy. That dude's alibi is junk. How does a neighbor see you Saturday morning if you're supposedly in Charleston from Friday until Saturday afternoon?
Hello?
I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here.
This is Roy County Dispatch. Can I help you?
Sure, I was talking to a lady. She sent me you.
Okay.
What I'm calling for, we're in the neighborhood of Cascades. This is where that preacher guy, which everybody knows he's crazy out here, and his wife apparently, which we know she didn't shoot herself. But what's happening, and he's had a bunch of Filipino girls or except I don't know if what's going on in there, but the neighbor also saw him beating one of those girls up not too long ago. He can be, tell the police about it. The mail lady just went down there and she said there's always different young Oriental girls in that house, and then they're now. I guess I don't know what he's doing. I know they're doing an investigation into her death, because she had just filed for divorce and all, and, we all know her from running and everything, and she ended up dead. But I think somebody might want to go by that house and see what's going on, because it don't look good for this neighborhood. And her mom's out here, there's older people out here in this neighborhood. Something's going on. Yes, ma'am. That's the address. And the mail lady said she went by there and there's young Filipino girls, all that sex trafficking and all going on.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? I'm going to say contribution call out here real quick. Rodney, what happened? Just join the live. JP's alibi is blown. That's what took place. JJ Dynamite with the $7.99 super sticker. It's the video game controller guy jumping up. Thank you so much for the contribution. Appreciate that. I've never seen that one before. I miss video games. But yeah, Rodney, I'm about to show you again, and then I'm going to read the article here. Good night, Scarlett. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't. Yes, the free way. Yeah, the alibi is blown. I'm going to show you again what the neighbor said of the events that took place on Saturday morning, 4/27/2024, and they couldn't have taken place according to JP's alibi because he wasn't there.
I heard he was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and then fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That.
See? We did see him fly. Hold on.
Girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and then fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Boom! The call was made on 5/1/2024. Saturday would have been 4/27/2024.
Like I said,
oh, sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and then fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he sneaked in there and leave. But those Orientals in there.
Saturday morning. So when we come back to here, Saturday, 4/27/24, Saturday morning. The investigation revealed on Friday, April 26, 2024, John Paul Miller traveled to Charleston, South Carolina for a sporting event. This information was substantiated by eyewitnesses. License plate readers identified John Paul Miller's truck traveling towards Charleston, South Carolina. Eyewitness statements obtained by detectives confirmed John Paul Miller stayed overnight in the Charleston, South Carolina area. License plate reader identified John Paul Miller returning to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where his truck was last captured on the license plate reader on Highway 17 bypass in Horry County in South Carolina at 2:22 p.m. on Saturday, April 27th. How can the guy on the 911 call, he knows JP, he was talking a whole bunch of JP in that 911 call. How in the hell can he be at two places at once? Because that DeLorean he got, it don't fly. And that wasn't captured on the license plate reader. I'll play it again. And I'll play a little more of it. His alibi is blown. We'll go back.
The email, like I said, she went by there and there's young Filipino girls, you know, all that sex trafficking and all going on. Mm-hmm. I heard he was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and then fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he sneaked in there and leave. But those Orientals in there, and like I said, I think that was her house. But you heard about it.
When you look at this, I understand what you're saying, Steph, but look at what it's saying. Look at what it's saying. Returning to Myrtle Beach. Right above that, stayed overnight. Right below that, returning to Myrtle Beach. Leaving, staying, returning. This is the alibi. Leaving, staying, returning. That's what I'd like to know from this 911 caller. What time Saturday morning? Because it could be any time in the morning until noon. 11:59 in the morning it could be. It could be 6 in the morning. What time in the morning in what specific truck? Because we've all heard JP's got what? Two hands full of vehicles? The call was on 5/1. That Saturday was 4/27. He didn't say a week and a half ago. He didn't say the week before last. He didn't even say last weekend. He said Saturday. The only Saturday that took place that's not the weekend before, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, a while back. It was Saturday. That right there tells me he meant the Saturday that just was a couple days prior. I don't know. I think the alibi was a joke already. And ain't nobody heard this 911 call. This 911 call wasn't put out in the YouTube airwaves until just a couple days ago. This 911 caller states, and you can hear him talk about JP they know JP. Yeah, that's what we're saying, Miss Cosmo. His alibi. But Steph, he doesn't have to only own one truck. How many vehicles does JP own, Steph? He said truck. He didn't say blue truck. He said truck. The neighbor seen him Saturday morning when he was supposed to be in Charleston. The 100 people he was with. What? Were the investigators park rangers? In a different part of the 911 call, he said truck. We'll listen to it again.
I want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It looked like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly near it and fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
he did say blue. How many blue trucks does he have then? Does anybody have a list of all the vehicles that are supposedly owned? Well, and that's a good point. That's a good point too, Delia. I have a question. Does the black truck have a whole bunch of stickers on the back window? Does anybody know that? Send me the link. Yeah, the caller. There we go. Okay, so the black truck. Okay, because the black truck that had a bunch of stickers on the back windows. That's the truck that kept. That's the truck. If anybody was with me when I went live on location at Solid Rock in the evening, do you guys remember when I went walking around? And that there's a black truck, black or dark blue truck that kept circling me, that had stickers all over the back windows. And that's when I was like, after the 4th or 5th time of it circling around, I started calling out that truck on my show. And I was like, well, you obviously are following me. You obviously want to keep circling me, truck with stickers all over the back window. Why don't you just pull over and we'll talk? I'd like to talk to this dude. It could have been Delia. I just remember the black truck, or it was a darker color truck. It was at night, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I remember that. So like here, I'll show you guys. Like here's the back window. So here's the back window. Will it show it? See all the like, so like if this is the back window, you see all the stuff on each side. That's where all the stickers were at. And there was a shit ton of them. It was like this. It was crazy how many there were. It was like that. The back window of the truck, all of these. Oh, that looks better. Here, let me do it. All of these were stickers. All of those were stickers on the back window of that truck. That's what the truck looked like. But I only seen the back because I wouldn't see it until it passed me. And then I'm like, that's the same damn truck. And the only thing that really stuck out to me was all those stickers on the back window, because I'm like, damn, that's an excessive amount of stickers. Yeah, that's that same truck that I called out on the show when I was walking around streaming. And they drove by me like 4 or 5 times. They even pulled into a parking lot, stopped, pulled out, came back around. I mean, it was obvious they were driving around trying to see who I was or what. But I remember saying something about the truck with the stickers. Yeah, man, if you want, just stop on. Like, we'll have a conversation, whatever. And then I didn't see him anymore. What's up, Veronica? Then I didn't see him anymore. He said Saturday. I'll play it one more time.
he was involved in that, but I'm not saying it because there's a lot he was into.
Okay.
And with little girls and all, and that's why it's going to all come out in the long run. But they're over there now. The girls are. There's nobody else. That's not their house. It belongs to her. You know, and she had filed for divorce. So y'all might want to check it because there's something going on. They got like sheets all over the windows and don't look right in this neighborhood.
They have what all over the window?
And like I said,
oh, sheets.
It look like they got sheets put over it now since all this. And we did see him fly in there and fly out of there because he almost hit us in his blue truck and he took off. That was on Saturday morning.
That was on Saturday morning. Well, unapologetically me. You have to understand this wasn't the FBI investigating it. This wasn't the FBI investigating it. This is Robeson County. That's why I was giving you guys the story. That's why I was giving you guys the story from the locals and what they were telling me. So, yeah, they could have pulled footage and all of these other things. But that's what I'm trying to tell you about Robeson County. They're not gonna pull the fucking footage. They're not gonna verify the witnesses. In fact, they want the witnesses to say they saw JP. And who says that the witnesses were like, I don't know, it could have been him. It was the witness, yes, JP. Because they want this shit closed, wiped off, and gone. And I don't know if the FBI would have, Steph, because they're not investigating her death. Steph, the FBI is only investigating the financials of the church. They're not investigating the death. There's no reason for them to pull up the video footage of his alibi because they're not investigating the alibi. They're investigating the church financials. So any of the investigation that took place for Micah's cell phone alive was done by the Robeson County investigation. FBI, her passing, as of right now, because I feel like her passing was because he was broke and he was about to lose everything and he was already broke. And so, yes, do I feel like her passing had something to do with it? Damn straight. But when I'm looking at the FBI is not going to pull up JP's alibi for Micah Miller's passing when that has nothing to do with the financials at this point. Maybe later on in the investigation, when there's connections and there's a motive and all these other things, then they will possibly do it. But they're not pulling it up. They're not investigating that. They're not. Veronica Adams, contribution call out. Hold on one second. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Much respect for what you do in travels, and thank you so much, Veronica. I appreciate you too. Yeah, they're not investigating her crime. They had to have done. Yeah. So when it comes to Robeson County, they don't give a. They want it. Listen, when I'm being told this stuff, do you think they already have an issue with cases being open? That's why they're telling me that you don't know where you're at. There's a problem with cases that are open, cold cases that have no information, no leads, no direction. Why? Because they don't pull tape. Because they probably don't verify eyewitnesses. And when they want to when you already have a problem closing cases, you want to sit there and hope that everybody just falls in line so that way it can be like, gone. All right, next. So when it comes to these eyewitness statements and all of this other stuff, obviously it's a bunch of crap. Because the 911 caller isn't going to be saying, yeah, it was a week and a half ago, that Saturday. No, he said Saturday. And that Saturday is April 27th, 2024, when he was supposed to be in Charleston, South Carolina, not returning until 2:22 in the afternoon, returning to Myrtle Beach at 2:22 in the afternoon. You can't be at home in the same damn truck, almost hitting your neighbor. It can't be possible. Should they have pulled footage? Yeah. Did they? No, they didn't. You know why they didn't? Because when you're looking at this, you don't see any other footage. That's all you see is this. That's it. So you know they didn't pull any other footage, because if they pulled other footage, it would have been in this report. That's what he said. Pulled in real quick, pulled out real quick, almost hit us. They never did dream it would get this big. Said he flew in and flew out on Saturday morning. I know it is. I know it is hard. Thank you so much, Christy. Appreciate that. 216. If you were approached aggressively, imagine a beautiful girl. Who knows, right? I mean, yeah. Especially when there's a group of 6 dudes, right? And when you're from a small community, you see the same person at Walmart on a Tuesday, you know? Every Tuesday, you see him at a Walmart if you're from a small community. So they, like I said, because I was leaving the path when I first encountered them. I was literally coming back from walking to the area where Micah was at. I was coming back from that spot, coming up to the parking lot from the trail. I was still on the trail. There's a parking lot there, and then there's like a wood fence that separates the trail from the parking lot. And as I was walking up to the parking lot, that's when I encountered those people, and they were instantly giving me like a side eye. And I'm like, what the hell? And so that's when one of them came up to me and they're like, what are you doing? I'm a YouTuber. I'm here documenting the Micah Miller case. I was just getting some footage. Have you guys heard of it? We could tell you ain't from here. They know. They would have easily known that Micah wasn't from there. Because they would have looked at her and said, oh, we haven't seen her before. Now, those dudes I was with, they ended up being cool. But who says there wasn't some other dudes that could have been there that wouldn't have been so cool? And then they see a female walking in the dark woods where nobody can really notice anything. And there's, you know what I mean? Very dangerous. The only reason I feel like she even went there is because I feel like she was lured to a promise that was the only reason she would have went into a dangerous situation. And I think the only reason she would have went into the dangerous situation is for the signature for the divorce to be done. Look, Micah, I'll sign the damn papers. I'm busy up here. Do me a favor. Just meet me up here. I'll sign the papers. Let's just have it done. That's the only reason Micah would have accepted. I mean, and I think that's why she went to the pawn shop before she left, is because it was something that happened out of the blue. Hey, Micah, look, I'll sign the frickin' papers, all right? Just meet me here, and I'll give you the damn papers. We're done. I want it to be done, Micah. In Micah's mind, she's like, oh my gosh, finally. That's where she's going to take that chance. Because, yeah, she's going to sit there and go, after she's done with the phone, you know what? I don't know. It's a sketchy situation. I don't know if I should. And the only reason she would have is because she would have been like, you know what? I can finally get these papers signed. This is what I've been waiting for. You know what? I'm going to take that chance. Before I go take that chance, let me stop at the gun store and get a gun. Because I'm going to a very sketchy situation, let me go ahead and stop by on the way and get myself a gun. Because, listen, I could get there and I might need it, but also I could get there and I might not. So I don't want to say no, because this is what I've been waiting for the whole time, to have these papers signed. But I know it sounds weird. It sounds sketch. Why do I got to meet you somewhere? And I don't even think it was at Lumber River State Park she was supposed to meet. That's why I think she went and got the gun on her way. I think the reason she stopped at 41 Grocery and Gas was because where she was being lured to. Hey, guess what? I'm sorry. I was here about a half an hour ago, but I had to go over here. Sorry. I'm busy. Do me a favor. Meet me over here around this time. Okay? So then that's why she's going to the porta potty. Then she goes in there, gets something to drink, comes back out to the car, waits to go leave. Shoot, I got a few minutes to spare to, let me just pull up here real quick to the gas station. I'll top it off real quick. I got a couple minutes to spare, so here, let me throw in some gas real quick. Then I feel like she was lured to another location that wasn't Lumber River State Park. And that's when somebody was like, hey, just follow me. That's why she's like, Fair Bluff? Because she was following somebody. Hey, I gotta go here real quick. I gotta go drop this off at the, here at this place or whatever. Just follow me up here real quick. I gotta make it there. I can't listen, I gotta go. Just follow me up there real quick, and then I'll give you the paper. Okay. Not even knowing where she's going. That's what I feel took place. No, she didn't. As far as I know, Patty, she didn't even call work. Which is another odd thing, too. Why are you going to dress up for work and to go do that? He can say anything he wants. But the thing is, the FBI is not investigating her death. So he can say anything he wants. People have to understand, a financial investigation is completely different than a death investigation. And when they say that they're just investigating the financials, they're not investigating the death. So they're not going to investigate these things unless it's connected to the financials of the church. Now, if something gets brought to them, right? And then it's like, wait a minute, we have to question the investigators that investigated this. No, the FBI is not investigating her death. Who said the FBI was investigating her death? Because they're not. The FBI is investigating the church financials. Two totally different things. Two totally different things. They will investigate the Robeson County investigators. Then they will reinvestigate her death if that's how it takes place. They will be investigating the investigators first because they need to figure out what the hell happened. Then they're already going into hers. But they have to investigate them first. When it comes to the church financials, her passing doesn't have anything to do with church financials unless they find a connection that has to do with financials and a connection to her passing. That's the only way that they're going to investigate her death. And the FBI never said that they were investigating her death. I don't need to check with fake Harvey because when did he say that the FBI is investigating her death? He's mentioned the FBI investigating the people that are connected to JP because they're investigating the financials. And the people that are this is common knowledge. If somebody's being investigated by the FBI, they're already going to investigate everybody that is in contact with JP. I'll give you an example. Carol or anybody else. If you call JP tomorrow, you're getting investigated by the FBI. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's how the FBI works. So it's not blown, oh my gosh, true crime Ree's being investigated. No shit, Sherlock. That's how the investigation goes. I'm sorry, there's people out there that see the smoke and confetti beyond what is beyond the smoke and confetti, and they think this stuff is like, oh my gosh. No, it's not. It's called common sense. It's called how they operate, and it's called how investigations are being done. Exactly, Rebel. The FBI is, and also other stuff, because they were working with somebody else too when it came to that stuff. And you already know who it is. Go to Court TV from a month and a half ago, and you can see the video where Court TV is announcing that the FBI is investigating the church financials, and they have a friend on there who's talking about it. That's why I came up with the flash drive and her handing the friend a flash drive that says, guess what, friend that I trust more than anything, best friend? If something happens to me, the same thing that I'm telling my family I'm afraid something's going to happen to me, do me a favor, take this flash drive and give it to the people that are supposed to have it. Why do you think? And when it comes to Court TV announcing that the FBI is investigating the church financials just a couple weeks after Micah passes, you know when they announce it to the general public, they were already working on it, because they don't announce it to the general public the day that they start working on it. They start working on it before it's announced to the general public. because they're not going to sit there and tell you that they're doing it, because they need everything to not be out in the open yet. Once they collect the stuff that they need, then they will go ahead and announce it. Because why are you going to tip off somebody that you're investigating if you're just starting to investigate it? It doesn't go that way. So when the FBI announces a couple weeks after Micah passes, you already know that the FBI was investigating the financials of the churches for the couple weeks already. Then they come out and tell the general public. And anybody that has contact with JP, they are going to be investigated. It's not rocket science. Malone, if you talk to JP tomorrow, you're getting investigated by the FBI. Malone, and I'm just saying because you put a bunch of purple hearts in chat. This is not even directed at you. I'm just using your beautiful name. Malone, if you send an email to JP, you would be investigated. Malone, if you went into the church and you sat down with JP and talked to JP about certain things, you would be investigated. The whole fakeness that some people on this platform, when they use church music and they talk like this to bring out all these emotions in you so you don't see the confetti and the smoke and sit there and be like, well, you know what? That's not new news, because really that's just common sense. You're just painting it in a way to make people think that you work with the FBI when you tell people that you know more information than they do, and you have the FBI telling you who they're investigating and who they're not. Shut up, man. Because the FBI is not going to sit there and tell somebody, hey, guess what? Go ahead and tell everybody in the general public, which you are, go ahead and tell everybody in the general public that we're investigating this person. They don't do that, people. They don't tell the general public, and they don't work with the general public like that. They work with their own, and when they're going to release something, they're not going to tell some YouTuber with an ego complex, hey, guess what? Tell everybody that we're investigating True Crime Re. No, it's called common sense. Everybody knows that True Crime Re is being investigated. But when I sit there and I go, hey guys, I could play a little bit of this, right? We could play a little bit of this. We could play a little bit of this, and I could be like, guys, guess what? Guess what? Is True Crime Re being investigated from the FBI? Well, I could tell you, yes, she is. I could tell you, yes, she is. Give me a break. Give me a break. Right? Damn, right, Busby? Come on, people. I'm serious. If you're a member, check out my members live from yesterday. We're going to be doing part 2 soon. And when it comes to this charade, this presentation, when it comes to this pulling on heartstrings, y'all think I broke down JP's interview like an MF? Just wait till I break all that crap down and I show you the BS that it is. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Listen, I already listen, I'm not going to say who it is, but we'll be having a ex-FBI decorated freaking agent explaining to you all because I reached out and I said, look, there's a particular somebody on this platform that is I work for the Mike Miller case. I'm out here. There's a particular person on this platform that claims that they work with the FBI, that claims that they have information that the general public don't know, that claims to have all of this information, Miss Awesome ex FBI agent. And I want everybody in the community to know how the FBI really works and how they don't work. CJ, I would love to be able to come on and you let me know and we'll work it out. And I said, thank you. It's ridiculous. And anybody that wants to defend this piece of shit, and I'm going to say it right now, because if you see what we saw, he's a piece of shit. And if anybody can sit there and support somebody that's about that shit, especially when it comes to victims and females, go ahead. I don't want no part of your ass, and I don't want you to even be a part of my community because I don't need people that support that supporting this. I don't need people supporting that kind of activity towards victims and females, talking about victims and victims of abuse and females. And look what you did, bro. Who the hell are you to be talking about any of these victims when you just make it worse? He ain't messing with any investigation because he's blowing a bunch of smoke up your ass. That's why I'm sitting there telling you guys, I'm the one that's boots on the ground. I'm the one that's here talking to everybody. So when I'm sitting here hearing this information that's being put out, and I'm sitting there going, bro, I talk to these fucking people. You're fucking lying. You're sitting here saying these things like they're factual to people. And I talk to these people and I know you're lying. Because though they didn't say that, they didn't feel that way. You're making stuff up. You guys, trust me. I'm doing members only right now. And I talk to a whole bunch of females that are victims, current victims, prior victims of domestic violence. I've reached out to them. I've let them know these are the episodes that I'm doing. A lot of them came and watched the first episode. I asked them, do you guys think, because I didn't know. It's like I felt like I needed to open it up to the public after we did our members live, right? And so I reached out. I said, look, I don't have the awareness of a female from a domestic violence standpoint. So what I did is after my show, my members only show, and the show last night, I reached out to females that were prior or currently going through domestic violence. And I said, do me a favor. I want to know from you. Do you want me to just put this out to public? Or do you think it's better, because I explained the outlines of each episode and all this stuff. And I said, do you think it's better that I wait until it's done? And 95% of them said, CJ, just keep it members only until you're done, and then go ahead and open it up to the general public, because they have more insight than I do. I don't want to make a decision about something when it comes to these things without people that understand, that have way more of a viewpoint on it than I ever could. Because even though I've been through my own situations, I never been a female that was in those kind of domestic violence situations. And so I wanted to know their atmospheric temperature, and depending on their atmospheric temperature is what I was going to do. Listen, check it out. If you're a member, check out the members live. If you're not, don't worry. I'm going to have all couple episodes done by Sunday. I'll probably have, if anything, the last episode will be Saturday. And by Sunday, it's all going to be out there. Now, if I do the last episode on a Friday, it's all going to be out there on Friday. But I'm going to do the 3 episodes. After the 3 episodes, one day later, everything's open to the general public. So if you can't check it out as a member, then you can check it out the day after the 3rd episode is done. And I'm telling you all right now, listen, you guys don't even have to wait for members live. You can literally just, boom, it's right there for you. I'm referring to the members live. Here, let me show you guys. I'll show you. This right here. Oh, I'm not going to play any of it. But here, let me see here. We'll leave this like this. I'm not going to play any of it. The members live, and that's one part. The members live, that eye-opening stories, some of the sheep are really wolves. Right there. And there's the thumbnail. The sheep amongst wolves. Yeah, YouTube shows it to you, right, Kylie? Like I said, if you're not a member, by this weekend, all 3 will be out. We had 1 episode yesterday, or was it yesterday. Next episode we'll probably have tomorrow, and I already said that I was already planning on having all 3 episodes done before the protest. Now, all I can sit there and say is that I strongly urge anybody, specifically with Micah's case, I strongly encourage anybody, any content creators, people on any of these platforms, I strongly advise you to think twice about playing a particular individual's content until you check that stuff out. I'm just saying, because the last thing any of you all want to do when we're talking about victims and we're talking about domestic violence, we're talking about harassing, we're talking about stalking, we're talking about mind manipulation, we're talking about using prior victims for your own freaking sick shit. And when we're talking about this stuff that JP put Micah through, and we're talking about all the horrible things, coercive control, stalking, harassing, downgrading, degrading, victimizing, re-victimizing, using previous victims because they're already fragile to then make them a victim. I would strongly urge any content creators out there to think twice before promoting or highlighting this particular individual. When it comes to any, listen, if this dude wants to talk about fucking burgers, go ahead. Should the dude be talking about victims? No. Because when this same person sits there and says, victims, victims, you can talk to me. Victims, victims, you can talk to me. And these people are already fragile because they're going through abusive situations or went through abusive situations. And they think this particular individual is so tied in and has so much information and knows about the right way to do it. And then all of a sudden they get caught in this particular person's web. And all of a sudden the same things that were happening to them prior are starting to happen to them then. And how fragile do you think that victim is when she goes through it, all of a sudden has this trust in somebody, and then that somebody misplaces their trust and re-victimizes them? It's not good. Thank you, Morgan. It will all make sense. And the excuse he is helping the family with donations, well, he's gaining more of his fake news. Listen, anybody can play church music, and I can... Oh my God. I don't know. Church music. It's disgusting. You shouldn't even be talking about Micah like you care. Because if you didn't care about some of those other females, bro, why you care about Micah? Oh. And you want to talk about who should be JP's buddy because they act the same damn way? I'm surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised if he calls him stinking because he's trying to keep his distance on YouTube into all y'all. But I wouldn't be. Look, they're two peas in a pod, y'all. Look it up. Look it up. They're two peas in a pod. And you'll see the shit that he was doing to some of these other people is the same shit you saw JP doing to Micah, y'all. It's disgusting. But I'm all about the victims. My ass, bro. All right. We're going to switch back. I still got some more show to get into. We're going to be checking out some of these interviews. We'll be getting some of the stuff we weren't even able to get into tonight, but that's all right because it doesn't matter to me. It's all about just having a great convo, having a good time. And I feel like we did something tonight too. I feel like that 911 alibi or the alibi for JP, I think that shit's blown. I think it's blown. We'll be going more into that tomorrow night. I'm going to finish up this interview here from the family, and then we're going to get to some of this other stuff here real quick. And thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like yet, please hit the like because it is the free way to help us out. I really do appreciate it.
We understand, like this, in her words, the web of lies that he's going to use to try and defend himself in court. So, yes, undoubtedly, they want him to keep speaking. They were surprised that his attorney let him do this interview in the first place.
So I've been in the game for a long time, like a few decades. And I remember one of the first lessons in journalism was that we don't cover suicides. We don't want any copycats. We don't want to draw attention to that in a negative way.
Oh.
And this is a suicide. This is not a murder. John Paul has been charged with nothing. He hasn't been charged with abuse. He hasn't been charged with murder. No one.
That's weird. She says that, I mean, I get it. They don't want to cover it because they don't want copycats. I understand that. That's weird, though. Holy crap. Contribution call out Rook Dawn for the 5 gifted memberships. I apologize, you guys. I'm not at the studio, so I don't have my usual setup, and I'm really running off of like minimal electronics devices. So I appreciate y'all reminded me about the contributions. Ruck, it looks like Busby, Shelly, Who Me, Pork Chop, Brooke, all got gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Y'all, I'm telling you, check out the members live only from yesterday. Make sure, if you all do check it out, make sure to listen to my message in the intro because it's very important. Okay? Very important for y'all to hear why I'm doing it, where I'm coming from, how I feel, how I got to the decision to do the video series, and what the goal is. Okay, it's a very important message. So please, if you go check out the members only video, just go to my, you go to my channel, you click on the membership part, it'll show you all of the membership videos. It's the last one. It's the Wolf Among Sheep thumbnail. Just make sure you take the time to listen to the intro message before you get into any of the program. Okay. And thank you so much, Ruck. I appreciate it. It is the best way to help out because you're not only helping the show, but you're also helping all those other people that didn't have a membership until you gifted them one. Thank you so much, Ruck. It means those are extra special.
Thinks it's a murder in the official category. Unofficially, there's lots of chatter online. My question is, why does this story have such legs? There's something like 1 million people who watched that interview just online as of like this afternoon.
I think actually it's because there's a phrase that has been coming back to us in the feedback, and it's called coercive control. It's also something that Micah's family is fighting for. They're saying, yeah, it's abuse in their opinion. What she went through was abuse, but it's all under this umbrella of coercive control. And there's millions of people, men and women across the United States, who are in these situations facing coercive control, and they can't.
And I'm going to ask you guys, any of the members that did see the members live, is that not coercive control? It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Did you see? Yeah, I already got text messages about it this morning, Laura. Thank you. You sounded like him. I know. People are like, damn, you got it. I sounded like him. Trust me, I got you.
Can't get out of it. And so I think that's why so many people are, this is having an effect on them.
Ab. Absolutely. Just like that.
And Micah's trying, their family are trying to pass this bill. I think it's called Micah's Law, which is about coercive control. And it would have set off a bunch of it would have tripped some alarm bells in the process, made it easier for her to leave. Whereas right now, like in the way the law currently is, it did not allow her an easy escape. Let's put it that way.
Rich McHugh, such great work. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And by the way, I don't want our audience to leave because, yeah, in a moment, we've got this whole jaw dropping about face by the good pastor. Do you remember the apology letter that he wrote to Micah? The one that was teeming with regret for the way that he treated her. He now says he never meant a word of it. So perhaps it's no surprise that her family calls BS when he says he and Micah were on the road to reconciliation.
Our family does have evidence that the last time they had any interaction was in close proximity with each other. It was the complete opposite of what he's saying it was. They did not kiss. They did not hug. They did not talk about getting back together.
Also ahead, Micah's attorney says there may be evidence to support criminal charges against J.P. Miller. More of this exclusive interview next. Anna and the
referring to it as
non-apology speaks volumes.
as far as the email and him saying that, we're all referring to it as the apology letter. He's spinning it just like he does with everything. He's been caught, okay, and now it's like, oh, how can I explain away? Because he always explains away everything. There's something else that's motivating whatever is happening. So now that that's come forward, then he's got to say, oh goodness, how do I overcome this? I've just admitted all of these things. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just say that I admitted them because Micah said that she wanted me to.
Our family does have evidence that the last time they had any interaction was in close proximity with each other. It was the complete opposite of what he's saying it was. They did not kiss. They did not hug. They did not talk about getting back together. If asking for that letter, why would he just lie and just say he did all these things to get her back on medication? She had been off of that medication for months.
Right.
During the course of that interview, News Nation correspondent Rich McHugh showed Micah's sister and her lawyer video. This one. This is JP and Micah arguing at a car dealership just weeks before Micah's death. And Micah's sister says these are the pastor's true colors, and that the video may actually prove useful if he's ever prosecuted.
It looked like he just got out of bed or something. I don't know. It was apparent that she was being tracked back then because he just showed up out of nowhere without her telling him where she was. And that happened multiple times. He was, again, trying to control, embarrass her. And so she has to call the police and say, I don't want him here. And he just shouts things at her to get a rise out of her, just like he would in his interview. Say things towards the family to try to get a rise out of us. And she rose above that, and so is our family. We're going to rise above the things that he's trying to put out there that are not true.
It absolutely is evidence of abuse. And when Micah brought it to me and gave it to me, I was like, thank goodness that she got that. I wish it would have been longer, but she wasn't expecting him. So when she's trying to fumble around and get it going, and man, the minute that he saw that she got that going, that's when he's turning around to walk away. And I'm so grateful that she did get that, because I feel that without that little sliver of a video, that the world would not get an inside view of John Paul. He is very crafty in spinning his web. He is always spinning the narrative.
Spinning his web. The guy who cosplayed as Spider-Man next to his Wonder Woman wife and who held on to that outfit for random walks around his neighborhood and around his town. But that's not a crime, is it? And the question still remains, will J.P. Miller, Pastor Miller, ever have to answer in criminal court or civil court for any part that he may have played in his wife's death? Micah's family attorney says if she has anything to say about it, yes.
Well, as far as putting someone behind bars, that takes a prosecutor that has to meet those burdens of proof. I think that I have lots of evidence that would certainly support potentially a charge. In Micah's situation, It's not one single event. It's not the one single photo. It's not the one single take in her car. It's not the one single,
it's all of
different things that he did to her. It is all of that put together,
collective,
and in the totality of the circumstances, that becomes a crime. We can't let this fish go. Or should I say Spider-Man? I would like to talk about that for a minute. Isn't that appropriate for him? Spider-Man spins webs to navigate through a city or through a town, wherever he's going. That's how he gets through. John Paul Miller is Spider-Man because he's always spinning a web to navigate through life. That's what he does.
Coming up tomorrow, Micah Miller in her own words. We have a voicemail that puts her relationship with her purportedly abusive husband in a vastly different light, one you haven't seen before. Plus JP's propensity to lie. He didn't just lie to a friend or a pastor or his wife. He lied to us. And he actually admitted it in writing. And we have all of the details.
Nice. They're going to show the messages that he sent him. Hey, I was lying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Here's another interview. Check this out. Thank you, Angels. This was just sent to me a little bit ago. This is body language expert again. Remember the Mad TV Stewart video? This is the same guy.
Miller broke down in tears even before the questions began. And I have a little moment of that I want to play for you and ask you about it right after this. So take a look.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You need a minute?
Oh, man. Oh, man.
What's tripping you up?
Just being able to tell. Just being able to talk about everything.
Okay, Scott Rouse, what's your take?
All right. Well, this is sort of the pre-show because it was for the interview to set the mood, so you can so the interviewer can see he's crying and he's upset and he's all those kind of things. Right? Now, this may seem odd to when you see this, say, why would he do something like that?
It is odd, but he's doing it as a move to try and make sure that he doesn't get asked harder questions or he doesn't get probed as much, or they try and take it easy on him. It's to lower the awareness.
However, having watched a couple of these interviews on him, I'm under the impression he has a histrionic personality disorder.
Histrionic?
And what that would mean is you use your emotions to get attention.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what he's doing. It's the perfect example of that. It would seem odd outside of that. But if you talk to a psych person, they will tell you, oh, yeah, that's histrionic personality disorder there. Because he's setting the mood to say, look, I'm sad. I'm really crying a lot. So let's move on from here as I'm sad. So it's sort of a mood. It's the pre-show sad setup.
Right. So when you look at this, right, guys, look. You guys remember, I don't know, I did it when I was a kid. When I wanted to look like I was sick or crying, you know what you do? You lean down so all the blood rushes to your head, okay? You lean down so all the blood rushes to your head. You're like this, trying to get all the blood to your head, right? So then when you go, it looks like your whole face is just fucked up. It's you pushing the blood to your head when you're leaned down. So then when you lean back up, you look like you were crying. You look like your face is flushed, like you're sick. You appear to not look normal. And then, you rub your eyes real hard. So when you look at this, it's like, no wonder. Because when he's down, squeeze, get all the blood to your head, get all the blood to your head, get all the blood to your head. Rub your eyes. Now look, when he raises his head, do you see any shiny skin from moisture? It's all the same color. There is no moisture coming out of his eyes. The only thing showing on his eyes is all of the blood that got rushed to his head. It's such a bad acting job. So bad.
That is all those kind of things, right? Now, this may seem odd to when you see this, say, why would he do something like that? However, having watched a couple of these interviews on him, I'm under the impression he has a histrionic personality disorder. And what that would mean is you use your emotions to get attention, so that's what he's doing. It's the perfect example of that. It would seem odd outside of that, but
just like somebody else, okay? Just like somebody else, they do the same thing. Like I said, they use the church music. They use talking like they're really bothered and they really care. It's the same thing. That's why it's like JP and this motherfucker that I'm talking about are like two peas in a pod. It's the same fucking shit. They do it the same way. They go about it the same way. And they...
But if you talk to a psych person, they will tell you, oh yeah, that's histrionic personality disorder there. Because he's setting the mood to say, look, I'm sad. I'm really crying a lot. So let's move on from here as I'm sad. So it's sort of a mood. It's the pre-show sad setup and something like that. It's really common.
I'm going to remember that histrionic emotional disorder.
I never heard of that.
I think I know some kids with that. Okay, the next thing I wanted to ask you about, there's that crazy video of Pastor Miller rolling around in the grass, squealing like a girl that goes on and on for, 10 minutes. And it's really odd. And of course, we wanted to ask him about it. He was claiming that he was covered in ants. He wasn't. And his answer, I'll play it and then I'll ask you about it. Take a look at this. Well, there's the video. And then it was odd. It was such an odd video. He was just stuck there at the open door of his car and he never moved the whole time. The neighbor, let's listen into this and then I'm going to ask you about it.
Okay. I fell out of a tree, a giant magnolia tree. It was like 300 years old. I broke 12 bones. It was 10 to 12 bones. I don't know if you count fingers. Yeah, it does count fingers. Anyway, I have all this metal in my body, and I'd never taken pain meds in my life, and I just had my body cast taken off. And so I took a little bit.
JP, I know you're watching. The only reason I've been digging into you the last couple days real hard is because I'm pissed because you're not a man of your word. You're not a man of your word. Because if I stopped myself before I shut my car door and I said, JP, I'm going to have a bunch of stuff for you in a few weeks, you would say, I didn't make you say that because I didn't make you say it. I thought you'd be a man of your word. That's the only reason I'm talking and digging at you the last few days real hard is because I thought, since you're a pastor, you'd be a man of your word. There'd be a bunch of things that's all. So maybe when Sunday comes by and I'm out there again and you see me, because I know you're driving up and down them roads. I know Protest Jay, probably, our conversation, you were out there driving around. I saw you. I knew you were coming. And then Protest Jesus came up, and I know y'all don't like each other. And he ended up talking to me for a little bit, and it probably, the time limit went beyond how much you wanted to keep driving around. I get it. So maybe Sunday. I don't know. I was thinking about coming out there tomorrow night, JP, just to walk around and just kind of see what's going on. I don't know. It is a Wednesday night, though, so maybe you might be busy. But I thought about walking around there tomorrow night. Maybe we could talk then, But listen, maybe Sunday, after the protest, before the protest, you see me. Hey, CJ. All right, we're all, I ain't going to dig into you as much. you just got to understand. I thought you'd be a man of your word. I didn't think that you would have any reason to. I didn't make you stop and say, hey, I'll have a bunch of stuff for you here in a few weeks. I didn't make you say it. I don't even know what you're talking about. But I'm certainly not going to tell I'm going to do something if I don't do it.
Put too much paint edge that day.
Just saying, JP.
Okay, that's a different one, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, so unfortunately that's a different soundbite. He actually made some answers and went into a serious, detail about a magnolia tree and how many fingers and toes, and it was it was very, very detailed and you just want the answer. And I kept wondering, get on with it. Again, Spidey sense saying, you're avoiding us, you're trying to take us on a trip somewhere.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he's doing. This is manipulation. It's a form of manipulation. There are different styles and types when you start manipulating someone. Now, what he's doing here is he's setting up again, like he did earlier, saying, setting the mood. He's setting the mood for his answer because his answer is not going to be a good answer. So what he says is, I broke a bunch of bones and what did I break? I break 2 or 3, like he's relaxed and not worried about it. Not like there's something big coming, because the answer he's supposed to be given is an important answer. Mm-hmm. So at this point, when he's setting up that how it wasn't that big a deal, and he starts talking about this 300-year-old tree and how wonderful that was, that's all just to make things stay calm. So again, he's manipulating the mood there. So you'll see when you hear the answer, which is going to be a big deal, it doesn't seem like that big a deal. It's because he's relaxed. He's not worried about giving that answer at all. So it's subtle, but that's what's going on there. It's very subtle, but that's what's happening there.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I was watching the whole interview, I had you in mind almost like every 30 seconds. Wonder what Scott Rouse would say about this. Wonder what Scott Rouse would say about that. And now I have it. Thank you. I can't wait to have you back. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for watching.
I mean, yeah. It's going to be the straw that broke the back. All right, give me 1 second. I do want to see. Let's see. Anything? Yes, we need to watch this now. Where's that interview? He was on CBS. I just had it. Where'd it go? Here it is. WPDE ABC 15. So here's this interview with JP.
The community and family outcry didn't stop with the official ruling of suicide. So our Mike Owen asked JP to address their concerns directly.
Oh, so this is their 350 pieces of evidence. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Photocopies.
Physically abused Micah.
And asked JP to address their concerns directly.
Did you ever physically abuse Micah?
Never once in any way, shape, or form. Not in any type of abuse, not physical, no type of abuse ever. I took better care of her than any man could have possibly taken care of her in every way. She never had to cook a single meal. She never had to clean, not one time. She never had to work. All she had to do was take her medicine and enjoy her life. And I did everything I could to protect her from the abusive people who were trying to stop her from taking her medicine.
Can you tell us about some of the mental health episodes she's had in the past?
Sometimes it's high, like she wants to give away every drop of money we have or buy people things. And sometimes it's low and she wants to stay in bed, or she talks about how she needs to, she wants to end her life.
Is it accurate to say that you've had a history of disagreements with Micah's family over her need for medication?
That is the most accurate statement you could ever make.
Why did you think she needed medicine?
If a doctor, especially 7 doctors, especially, nurses and counselors all say this woman needs medicine or she's going to commit suicide, you tend to believe them, especially when she comes off her medicine, she tries to commit suicide.
Later in the interview, I asked him if he had a tracker on Micah's car, something referenced in a March 11th police report, and if he was having her follow.
Damn! Whoa, look at that, y'all. That belly's getting big. Look. Look at the bottom 2 buttons. Look at the bottom 2 buttons. The bottom 2 buttons. Look at how the bottom fills out more than the top. Bro. He was so worried before. Don't go swimming, man. You were worried before. Don't go swimming.
In a March 11th police report, and if he was having her followed. He told me he hired a private eye.
Drinking that beer.
And I had the private eye to tell me if she would go near a gun store. That was the purpose. I said, can y'all track her and just tell me if she goes near a gun store? And they said, well, we can't track her for that reason. We can tell if she goes near a gun store, but we have to have something that's like, a divorce going on or something. I said, well, I guess we're getting a divorce. No, I filed for divorce before that.
At a news conference on June 5th, the attorney for Micah Miller's
reason, we can tell if she goes near a gun store, but we have to have something that's like, a divorce going on or something. I said, well, I guess we're getting a divorce.
I love this edit. I guess we're getting a divorce. And then they edit. Yeah, I filed for divorce before that.
Or something. I said, well, I guess we're getting a divorce. No, I filed for divorce before that.
I guess we're getting no, I filed before that.
Right. And I had the private eye to tell me if she would go near a gun store. That was the purpose. I said, can y'all track her and just tell me if she goes near a gun store? And they said, well, we can't track her for that reason. We can tell if she goes near a gun store, but we have to have something that's like, a divorce going on or something. I said, well, I guess we're getting a divorce. No, I filed for divorce before that.
At a news conference on June 5th, the attorney for Micah Miller's family, Regina Ward, introduced Micah's Law. Ward compiled what she called Micah's List, saying the examples were taken from Micah's verbal story, journals and writings she left behind. God. The list details examples of, quote, abusive coercive control. Ward acknowledged that JP had not been charged with any crime relating to Micah's death. Micah's family is trying to get a law named after her. It's called the Coercive Control Bill. They want to call it Micah's Law. They claim that she had a journal that shows she was a victim of abusive, coercive control. The definition includes things like isolation from family and friends, depriving of basic needs, threats to reveal private information, monitoring communications, and financial abuse. Those are some big allegations. Have you ever done any of these things to Micah?
Never.
Why do you think the family is trying to get this law passed and has this journal?
Oh, they want money and fame. They'll do anything for money.
Then I asked him about specific examples of coercive control listed by Attorney Ward. But you've never tried to isolate her from her family?
I tried to isolate her. No, I have text messages where I'm telling her you should give them another chance. She's the one that takes them. Micah did not, she loved her family. She did not trust them as far as you can spit.
Have you ever threatened to reveal private information of Micah's?
No. I think there was I think it was March 11th or 12th when we were at Honda. I was getting her mail to her, and she yelled something mean at me, and I threatened to show pictures of her.
A group of people have repeatedly stood outside Miller's Solid Rock Church since her death, holding signs that say, justice for Micah.
I want her to be remembered as a woman who loved her church more than anything. The very church that these idiot protesters, they're not even protesters really, they're just un-American people who...
See... See, all these things that he's saying them about me too. Vicious pagan. Vicious pagan. Idiot protesters. I'm un-American. I don't know what justice means. I don't know what hashtag justice for Micah means. Why, JP? I'm gonna. Trust me. He'll be circling around next weekend too. I don't know. We'll see. I might go take a walk. I might go take a walk around. You know, just go for a walk in the neighborhood. Enjoy the beautiful summer evening, the breeze. You know, the night sky. I might just go take a walk. We'll see.
We were trying to scare Christians, but they're coming against the thing that Micah loved. She loved her church more than anything. Remember by that. And that's a good thing to be remembered by the way. She loved her husband more than anything in the world.
Some people think that you're to blame for her death. What would you say to them?
They're the biggest idiots on planet Earth. I am the only one not to blame. I'm the only one who tried to help her keep her alive. The 48 people I went to and said she needs her lithium or she's going to commit suicide, don't let her get a gun. They had the information, especially her family, and did nothing. With me, she never committed suicide. With me, she's happy, healthy, whole.
And that was Mike Owen reporting. We reached out to the family of Micah Miller through their attorney, requesting a response to the interview that you just saw. Micah's younger sister, Sierra, provided us a statement saying, quote, "Our main goal isn't to argue and make a scene. The goal is to remind everyone that Micah was a real person. This is a nationwide news story, but it's not just a story, it's her real life. She was a real person, and this is not just some crime story. We're fighting a real life situation. We're trying to get closure on what happened to our sister," end quote.
It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. All right, give me 1 second. We're going to get to, I want to share this with you guys. This is Allie's Dutton delivery. I want to see if there's anything breaking real quick. Let me see. All right. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. So this is Allie's delivery that she made. Hold on. That she made for the Duttons. Okay. So let me click on this. Now this is, there's 2 videos here I'm going to share with you guys. All right. So we're going to go to this one first. We'll go full screen. All right. So if you guys know Allie, shout out Allie. And this, we posted this on the Facebook group as well. How do I is it gonna let me go full screen or what? It's not letting me do anything. Hold on. Is it gonna let me?
Hi, yes, we'd like to give you these papers, but they're notarized about Destiny recording us yesterday at the church.
Okay, I'm not sure what that's got to do with me.
Are
you doing that? Is it any of your business who I am? It is. You come up to my personal house.
So we just want to hand over these papers because it includes the family, includes the Minion TV, includes everybody.
Anyone in the family?
Wonderful.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
You too. For y'all.
You don't need to pray for us.
Blessings. How are you?
Press with JP. Press with JP.
Great. I said I'm living the dream. Do you not hear?
Yes, me too. Awesome.
Pray for JP.
So that was some protesters handing off the papers letting them know that you don't have permission to use any of their voices, words. Here's another angle. Shout out Allie and all the protesters. Appreciate them so much. Allie's Dutton delivery.
Blessings, how are you? Living the dream, baby. Living the dream. Deuces. I said I'm living the dream. Do you not hear? Awesome. Bye.
All right, then there's one more. Here's the paper.
Hi.
All right, here's the paper. And am I able to zoom in on it? Oh, shoot. All right, hold on. It says right there. Hereby rescind any consent, whether explicit or implied, the dates, location, the code, and the signatures, and it is stamped from a notary. Dominion TV, Allie's Dutton delivery. Shout out to the protesters in Allie. Yes, the Dutton delivery. Allie's Dutton delivery. Shout out to her. Appreciate her so much. I wanted to share that with you guys. Also, I'm going to share this too. Here's a TikTok video. Those are all. This is posted in our Facebook group. Story. Oh wait, that's not it. That's some fake shit right there. Hold on. News Nation. We already watched the interview. It already dropped a couple hours ago. The Francis family. I don't see anything else that's dropped from them. I think we already went into that. Let me check. Yeah, we already went into it. I don't see anything new. Yeah, that's something else. Let me see here. Father speaks. We checked out the body expert, and yeah, that's it for the video tonight. Now they're supposed to be having more. They're supposed to be having more tomorrow night. Nils, the Dutton delivery is the best thing I could do is tell you to. When did we cover that? Let me see. When did we cover that? We covered it. Let's see. We covered it 2 days ago. So if you want to find out about the whole Dutton delivery thing, here's the link for that episode. And I basically showed you footage. I showed you the badge, and then we kind of went into all the other stuff. That is probably that's around let's see, about the 55-minute mark to about the hour and 20, somewhere around there. So go ahead and check that one out. This video is from 4 years ago. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Is when I heard that it was just a puff piece. I got other shit that I have to get done, and instead of listening to puff pieces, I don't have that time. You know, if I want to watch an interview where the same stuff's being said over and over, I'll just watch old interviews. I don't need to rewatch an hour or two of puff pieces. I got too much other shit to do, too many other people to talk to, too many other projects to work on, too many other things going on than puff pieces. Let me see here. We're going to be going more into the 911 call more tomorrow night. Do me a favor. And if you haven't checked out the 911 call, I made a short video about it. Here's the link for that. Check it out. We're going to be going through it more tomorrow night. Because I really feel like JP's alibi is blown. I really feel like JP's alibi is blown. So here's that. The most shocking 911 call regarding JP Miller from the neighbor. It is a trigger warning. So if anybody that hasn't watched it it is a trigger warning. We do go into the incident report. You'll want to watch the whole thing. We go through the incident report first. You'll definitely want to read it because it doesn't necessarily match up with the 911 call. Where's all the other information? Then from, a small section, Ann discusses the reasons for the request and we discuss the report. And then there's a section where we go through the 911 call. We'll be going more into that tomorrow night. There's got to be more to it. If you have any info, go ahead and send it to me. You can send it to me to any of these links. Man, and I'm not even tired, and I don't feel like going to bed and we hit 5 hours, but I just don't want to drag it out more because it's already been too long. I might go hang out at the lounge tonight. We'll see. But we're going to be going more into that tomorrow night. We'll be going into, there's going to be more from the Francis family tomorrow night on News Nation. Let me see, 911 call. And I could have swore there was something else that I wanted to get into. I'll have to just go through all my prep again and see for sure. But do me a favor, send the stuff. We need to dig into this. We need to dig more into this 911 call. Yoli, if you're not busy tonight, if you'd like to hop up, let me know. Send me an email and I'll send you a link for a show tomorrow night. If Ann wants to hop up, she's more than welcome. I invited the Mystery Project to come hang out if they would like to. I want to dig more into this 911 call. I feel like there's more. I feel like we blew open the alibi. And when you look at all the lies that take place on all of these other interviews and talk shows and all this stuff, and you see like what News Nation says, I have a feeling they're going to show you the messages that he sent them saying, I'm sorry, I lied. You hear the family and what they're saying and the stuff that he's saying, dude, we can prove that wasn't true. You can't tell me he didn't say the same things to the investigators of Robeson County. You can't tell me he didn't say bullshit and then they go, oh, okay. No, it don't make sense. Yeah, we've been here for 5 hours, y'all. Right. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, damn, I have so much more stuff I want to get into. I don't want to let you go. I'm wide awake. I'm usually getting tired around now. I'll just end up working a whole bunch. Like I said, last night I was up till 4 in the morning working. Then I got up at 10 something this morning. And then it was instantly meetings all day with people until literally like I didn't even get to shave before the show. That's how long my phone call lasted. The last one, that's how long it lasted. It cut into my shaving time. So I barely, I mean, hell, I was late starting the show. Y'all saw I was like 4 minutes late starting it. I'm like, shit, I'm trying everything I can, y'all. So yeah, sometimes it happens. But definitely we'll be going into it, and I'm really looking to try and have that members live part 2 tomorrow. I don't want to promise you, because if I end up getting a meeting at last minute, or if something changes from my plans in the morning, I don't want to promise something and not be able to, and I don't want to tell somebody I can't have a conversation with them. You know what I mean? That's why I'm here. I'm here because the community, the people that are, have their comfort and trust in me, and that I conversate with, the last thing I want to do is tell them no. And so I'm just going to say, look for the members live part 2 tomorrow. I'm not going to say it's set in stone, but I'm just going to say, look for part 2 tomorrow. Contribution call out, Nils. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate your contribution to the community. And if you're not tired, definitely check out the last members only, because we're going to be doing part 2 coming up here probably tomorrow. And then part 3 we'll be doing before the week is over. Like I said, please, if you check out the members live, make sure you spend the 15-20 minutes listening to my intro message. It's very important, not only for the task, for awareness, but also so y'all can understand where I'm coming from, because I don't typically make content like this. But this is something, and you'll see why in my intro. You'll see where I'm coming from. You'll see where I'm coming from. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm sorry that I wish I could hang out with you more, but we'll be back. I appreciate you guys. We've got so much more. Send me your info about this 911 call. Let me know what you think. And let me know if you have any kind of videos or links or something that you want to send that can go with that 911 call, and the story of events that take place beyond. Now I'm talking like interviews, not the PDF. We got the PDF. I'm talking like interviews, sound clips of him saying this or that, so that way we can put it all together with this 911 call. And I really feel like we blew out this alibi. And I think with all y'all help, we can really show the community how this shit ain't legit. And it is community. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Please hit the like. If you haven't yet, we will see you tomorrow. Hopefully you have a peaceful and positive evening. Comfy sleep. Beautiful day tomorrow. Please stay safe. And we will definitely see you tomorrow. Hopefully 2 times. Hopefully. Appreciate you guys. Good night.